Chapter 5200. The entire Violet Wind Cave fell silent in an instant. Yin Chuangyu was still standing on the ground, but his face was twisted. Who was he? He was the seventh son of God ancestor Silver Moon, and one of the top 100 on the 6th level. There were many people who could hurt him, but none of them were here. You hurt me. He stared at Lin Ling, Green Bamboo, and young Master Ming. His silver hair danced in the wind, and the moonlight fell like snow. At the same time, a dazzling moonlight appeared behind him and turned into a beautiful divine beast. It was a moon horse. The moon horse was extremely beautiful, and its whole body was silver, as if it was made to run in the Milky Way. It ran in the air, leaving behind countless mysterious runes. It's so beautiful. Many gods were attracted by the moon horse. Yin Chuangyu is seriously injured, but he can still use his strength. Elder One of the Sea Tribe was shocked. He had wanted to attack, but because of Yin Chuangyu's attack, he temporarily held back. The silver light fell on the ground, and suddenly, something terrible happened. Endless explosions occurred. The Purple Wind Cave seemed to be destroyed. Not to mention Lin Ling and the others. Even the gods who were watching were implicated. Yin Chuangyu is crazy. Elder Wan's eyes narrowed. He knew that Yin Chuangyu's pride had been humiliated, so he went all out to kill Lin Ling and the others. However, Lin Ling and the others were the hosts of the world's will, and the Lord above them cared about them. It was not good to kill them. The most important thing was that everyone was implicated by this killing. What kind of power is this? It seems like the power of the godly body caused a big explosion. The gods in the Purple Wind Cave were frightened. The most terrible thing was that the snowflakes drifted with the wind and spread to other places in the Purple Wind Cave. In a short period of time, the explosions continued, and the weak gods were directly blown apart. Oh no! Lin Ling was anxious. He had just used all his trump cards, and could not resist the snowflakes in the sky. The only thing he could rely on was the five-realm universe. However, most of the snowflakes were flying toward Lin Ling. The five-realm universe could not resist them. Bang bang bang. Sure enough, the universe outside Lin Ling's body was shaking. Even the entire Lin Ling universe was shaking. In Lei Gong's main hall, the people of the 9 continents were all affected. It was as if they had witnessed the collapse of the heavens and the earth. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling's universe continued to shatter. Lin Ling ran at full speed in the sky. His speed was incomparably fast, constantly avoiding the moonlight snowflakes. However, these moonlight snowflakes were like a universe, sealing Lin Ling's speed, making him feel as if he was suppressed in a space. The Lin Ling universe is going to collapse. Lin Ling also noticed the change. He had no choice but to take back the Lin Ling universe. Otherwise, if the universe was destroyed, he would suffer even more. However, after the universe was retracted, he would have to face the attacks of endless moonlight and snowflakes. At this moment, Qing Zhu and young Master Ming were also resisting the snowflakes. Of course, the amount of moonlight and snowflakes they faced was not as much as Lin Ling. They both unleashed their strength. At the same time, they looked at Yin Chuangyu and found that Yin Chuangyu's body seemed to be burning. It was obvious that he had used this move at the cost of his life. In that case, as long as they persevered a little longer, perhaps Yin Chuangyu would die by himself. However, they could persevere, but Lin Ling might not. Junior brother, Qing Zhu shouted, and looked at Lin Ling in the distance. However, she found that Lin Ling was in danger. They wanted to help, but now they couldn't even protect themselves. Moreover, they were running out of time. Go to hell. Yin Chuangyu opened his hands with a ferocious expression. He wanted to kill Lin Ling as soon as possible, and of course young Master Ming. However, at this moment, the sound of a bronze bell suddenly arrived. The sound was so loud that it shook the moonlight and snowflakes away. Then, a huge bronze bell appeared above Lin Ling's head, blocking all the snowflakes for him. What is this? People saw that the ancient bell blocked the moonlight and snowflakes as if the great Tao was useless. My lord. At the same time, a familiar voice came from the ancient bell. It was actually Shengyi. Now his strength was not the same as before. He was much stronger, and could actually transform into the Donghuang Tai bell. Lin Ling couldn't help but be shocked. Then warmth rose in his heart. He had brought Sheng Yi out of Jiuzhou and accompanied him all the way to the battle. Now he had reached the second half of the Dao Pagoda. To Lin Ling, Sheng Yi was his brother. Rush out of the Purple Wind Cave. Lin Ling shouted at Sheng Yi. Holding the Donghuang bell with one hand, he rushed forward. It's that guy. Sure enough, he didn't let me down. Young Master Ming couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene. He had long known that Sheng Yi was extraordinary. Now it really played a role. He couldn't help but look at Lei Gong and the others. He saw that Lei Gong's group of 3 and the 12-winged Yang God's group had joined forces and blocked the moonlight snowflakes falling from the sky. It seemed that the group of people introduced by Lin Ling really didn't disappoint. Rumble. Endless moonlight snowflakes fell on the ground. It looked beautiful, but when they fell on the ground, it was a kind of destruction. A large number of gods were either killed or injured. Their divine power couldn't block it. What a terrifying move. People saw how powerful Yin Chuangyu was. It was simply beyond imagination. However, when they looked at Lin Ling, they saw that Lin Ling was holding the Donghuang bell and was angrily smashing the snowflakes. He was actually trying to break out of the encirclement. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling gave people the feeling that he was the Donghuang Tai. And behind Lin Ling, Qing Zhu and young Master Ming were following to help Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you're trying to escape. When Yin Chuangyu saw this, he couldn't help but feel anxious. He didn't expect that Lin Ling still had a trump card with him. He instantly recognized that it was the Donghuang bell. Why would such an ancient treasure belong to Lin Ling? However, the power in his body continued to weaken. If it didn't stop, he would die. I'm so angry. He looked up to the sky and cursed. Finally, he had to withdraw the moonlight horse in the sky. However, his furious move changed the situation. Many people of the Silver Moon clan were implicated. On the contrary, no one on Lin Ling's side died. Moreover, Lin Ling and the others were about to break out of the encirclement. Yin Chuangyu is too impulsive. In the auction, Mr. Mu looked at this scene and shook his head. Yin Chuangyu is the 7th son of the Silver Moon God ancestor, and one of the top 100 on the 6th floor. He was injured by Lin Ling. His pride won't allow him to be humiliated like this. Mr. Bai said indifferently. Then he smiled and said, it's best if Lin Ling and the others can break out of the Purple Wind Cave. It's not that simple. However, Mr. Mu shook his head. Lin Ling, where do you think you're going? Sure enough, the Myriad Sea clan attacked. Elder One raised his hands, and an endless sea appeared. It turned into a universe and blocked this area. He was a middle-stage universe giant god. His godly power was terrifying. Even the universe was at the top of the 5 realms. Moreover, he had the godly body of the Myriad Sea clan. Chapter 5201. God's Net. After Elder One activated his technique, he waved his hand, and a frightening resplendent net spilled out, covering Lin Ling and the others. The net was full of flickering runes, and a strong smell of the ocean wafted over. According to legend, the Myriad Oceanic tribe was the sea demon of the first ocean in the universe. They were also the ancestors of the Myriad Oceanic tribe. Lin Ling, ignore him. I'll do it. At this moment, Qing Zhu's voice was heard. She transformed into a giant white ape, holding a green bamboo in her hand, and swept it fiercely. Rumble. With this sweep, the god's net was swept away. This terrifying power shocked everyone once again. Star of the 3 moons. The giant ape spoke in human language. Suddenly, she stabbed the green bamboo in her hand into the sky and knelt down like incense. Immediately, endless starlight rushed out of the bamboo and covered the sky. The entire Purple Moon Cave seemed to have been sealed in a universe. No, it was more accurate to say that it was sealed in a cave. The experts of the Myriad Oceanic tribe were all sealed. This, everyone gasped. They did not expect the woman to be even stronger. Moreover, to use green bamboo as incense, what kind of technique was that? This guy obviously hid his strength when he fought with me. Young Master Ming looked at Qing Zhu with a smile. If Qing Zhu used this technique, he estimated that he would not be able to block it. Only Lin Ling could guess that this technique seemed to be passed down by Patriarch Bodhi. It could be said to be one of her life-saving trump cards. Junior brother, take them away. Don't worry about me. I'll catch up later. At this moment, Qingzhu's voice floated over. Lin Ling did not hesitate and led everyone away. He knew that senior sister was not as simple as she seemed. She would definitely be able to escape. Now the myriad oceanic tribe was stopped by Qingzhu alone. Only the Silvermoon tribe was left chasing after Lin Ling and the rest. Moreover, Yin Chuangyu of the Silvermoon tribe had lost the ability to fight. It would not be difficult for Lin Ling and the rest to escape from the Purple Wind Cave. This group of people is indeed abnormal. This is not strange. One of the 9 stars of the universe, and the others are the hosts of the world's will. They are all comets of the current era. How can they be measured by common sense? The 2 tribes have failed. Witnessing this scene, many gods of the Purple Wind Cave were shocked. Bang! However, just as Lin Ling and the others were about to rush out of the auction area, a figure suddenly blocked their path. It was the woman from the Rotten tribe. Oh, I forgot about her. Lin Ling's expression changed. It was this woman who had exposed their identities. This woman was clearly an enemy. Lin Ling, you won't be able to escape. You've spoiled my plans time and time again. Now that I've finally found you, I'm going to refine your world will. On the other side, the woman with her head lowered slowly raised her head and spoke in human language. Then, she slowly took off her cloak, revealing a delicate face. Her skin was grayish-brown. Surprisingly, it was not dirty. It's you. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from Lin Ling's side. Moreover, this voice was clearly different. It was filled with intense shock. Lin Ling turned around and realized that the one who spoke was young Master Ming. Ever since young Master Ming was being hunted down, he had remained calm. The only exception was when he killed Yin Chuangshi. This time he was actually so shocked. Could it be that this woman had a very powerful background? Young Master Ming? Lin Ling and the others looked at young Master Ming. He's the god of decay. No, more accurately, he's an avatar of the god of the underworld. Young Master Ming stared at the woman and said solemnly. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed greatly. The god of decay, the leader of the Rotten tribe, was here too? No one expected the god of decay to be a woman. He doesn't differentiate between men and women. Young Master Ming continued. He's also one of the 9 stars of the universe, so I can recognize him. Young Master Ming, how have you been? The woman did not interrupt Lin Ling and the others. She only spoke after Lin Ling and the others had finished. God of decay, how have you been? Young Master Ming replied, but his face was serious. Many of the 9 stars of the universe were very powerful, and the god of decay was one of them. Now that the god of decay was blocking their way, it would be difficult for them to escape. This is more troublesome than I thought. Lin Ling frowned as well. However, at this moment, young Master Ming said, there's still a chance. Even though it's very slim, at least we won't die because that's one of the decay god's clones. Lin Ling nodded. Young Master Ming, we're allies, so you don't have to interfere. Leave by yourself. The woman smiled. Her target was obviously all of the world's will hosts. Of course, other than young Master Ming. She did not care about the 12-winged sun god and Saint Guyi. After all, the solar celestial race had a grudge against her, so killing them was not a big deal. So, as for Saint Guyi, she was very interested in his Donghuang bell. I'm not leaving, young Master Ming said suddenly. Huh. The woman was surprised. She knew that young Master Ming was not a kind person. She smiled and said, young Master Ming, you only have one chance. Do you really want to miss it? Don't think that I won't kill you just because you're one of the 9 stars of the universe. If you continue to be stubborn, you'll forever stay on the 6th level. Moreover, I know that your goal is to unify the underworld. So if you die here, how will you accomplish your goal? It's not worth it for them. In her opinion, young Master Ming and Lin Ling were not familiar with each other, so he would not continue to go against them. As expected, when she mentioned unifying the underworld, young Master Ming's expression changed, and his eyes continued to flicker. Young Master Ming, you should leave. At this moment Lin Ling spoke. He could see that young Master Ming was in a dilemma. However, if young Master Ming stayed, not only would he not be of any help, but he would also lose his life. Since that was the case, Lin Ling decided to do him a favor at little cost. Lin Ling. Young Master Ming looked at Lin Ling and sighed. I'm sorry. It's okay. Lin Ling did not mind. No, I'm not apologizing to you. However, what young Master Ming said next surprised Lin Ling. Then, he saw young Master Ming looking at the god of decay and smiling. This sentence is for you. Young Master Ming. The god of decay's eyes narrowed. He somewhat understood why young Master Ming said that. Young Master Ming did not intend to leave. If he stayed, it would mean that he was an enemy of the god of decay, and he would not show mercy. How can I say this? I invited them. Now that they are in trouble, I can't abandon them. Young Master Ming smiled. His aura surged as if he was going to fight to the death. The ancient bronze door hovered above his head, which also represented his determination. In the distance, countless deities were watching. When they found out that the woman was the clone of the god of decay, they were all shocked. Of course, young Master Ming's decision was also beyond their imagination. All right, I've given you a chance. You made a mistake, so don't blame me. From now on, the 9 stars of the universe will have one less person. At that moment, the god of decay seemed to have decided to kill young Master Ming. Chapter 5202. Rock God, the leader of the 12 god clans. No one expected that he would come in person today. Although the 6th floor belonged to the god clan, it was still extremely rare for the leader of the god clan to come in person. And all of this was for Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling. Rock God looked at Lin Ling with appreciation in his eyes. You are very powerful. You brought other world hosts and walked step by step to the second half of the Tao Pagoda. Originally, I thought that no matter how strong you were, you would be limited and would never be comparable to us veteran experts. However, your growth is too fast. I know that one day, you will stand at the top of the Celestial Clan, and the 12 Celestial Clans will not dare to underestimate you. Moreover, Dipankara Buddha has the same opinion. He even thinks highly of you, and thinks that you will surpass the Celestial Clan. You have escaped disaster time and time again, but this time, I will personally take action. You will not be able to escape. The importance he attached to Lin Ling had clearly surpassed that of the other world hosts. When the gods in the distance heard this, their hearts sank. They did not expect that Lin Ling would be so important in Rock God's heart. One must know that Rock God was one of the leaders of the 12 god clans. Thank you. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He was not happy at all. Instead, he was very unhappy. It seemed that he had become a thorn in the side again. In the first half of the Tao Pagoda, it was nothing. However, in the second half, there were many experts and many old monsters who had not come out yet. Lin Ling, pray that you will have good luck. Rock God's body was filled with black smoke. He was like a shadow bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. Looking carefully, some of these shadows turned into mountains, some into giant bears, and some into divine leopards. Divine beasts appeared one after another. Most importantly, they were formed by the endless corrosive gas of the universe. When the God Clan ancestor took action, the gods of the Purple Wind Cave stayed far away, afraid of being implicated. Yin Chuangyu of the Silver Moon Clan cursed. Lin Ling and the others were the prey of the Silver Moon Clan. But now they had been snatched away by the Rot race. He hurriedly informed God Ancestor Silver Moon, hoping that the old man could send the other 9 Silver Moon children to help. The myriad oceanic race was also very anxious, but they were stopped by green bamboo. They could only watch as Lin Ling and the others were taken away by the rotten race. Rotten deity, we've been through several life and death situations along the way. This shows that our luck has always been good. Rotten deity, if you want to kill us, you won't necessarily succeed. However, at that moment, a voice came from behind Lin Ling looking carefully. It was actually the 12-winged young god. Everyone looked at the 12-winged young god. Previously, people had ignored her. After all, she seemed to be dispensable. But now she had spoken. The god of decay frowned and suddenly looked into the distance. He saw a blazing sun appear in the east, shining brilliantly in all directions. This light was also expelling the decay energy. Solar God race. The god of decay's expression changed slightly. After a quick check, He immediately knew that it wasn't the Son of Light who had come. However, that was still the Sun God race's base camp, and there were many experts there. Right now, he was only a clone, so it was difficult for him to fight against so many members of the Sun God race. Solar God race. The expressions of the gods of the Purple Wind Cave also changed drastically. Moreover, they could tell that it was their main camp. Sunburn. An ancient voice came as 9 suns appeared in the sky. Endless sunlight shone down and burned the earth. All of this sunlight shone on the god of decay, sealing him within. Linling, you guys go. We'll stop the god of decay. A dense group of solar god race appeared in the sky. They had beautiful wings behind their backs. The weakest had 20 wings, and there were thousands of them. With so many experts in such numbers, it was no wonder that they could suppress the god of decay. Thank you. Lin Ling was overjoyed and gratefully bowed. He led the group forward. However, not long after, another expert blocked their path. This time, Lin Ling's group had already rushed out of the Purple Wind Cave. The expert in front of them was a Buddha. Although he was only one person, his strength was heaven-defying. Moreover, Lin Ling also recognized him. This was because he was from the 3 divine gates of the primal chaos realm. Great Buddha Baishan. Once in the primal chaos realm, Great Buddha Baishan represented the 3 divine gates of the White Mountain to capture Lin Ling. In the end, he was defeated by the joint forces of the giant ghost and little Kunlun. Now, he had come to the Dao Tower and blocked Lin Ling at this time. Lin Ling, you still want to escape this time. The huge Buddha floated in the sky and looked down at everyone. Endless Buddhist light filled the air and suppressed the earth. Another expert. Everyone in the Purple Wind Cave looked up. In order to capture Lin Ling and the others, how many experts had been dispatched? The Silvermoon race, the Myriad Sea race, the Decaying race's ancestor. And now there was a powerful Buddha. That's Great Buddha Baishan of the Primal Chaos Realm's 8 great gods. Someone recognized the Buddha covered in Buddhist light. His face was solemn. This time, the experts dispatched were even more powerful. Great Buddha Baishan. Lin Ling also looked at the Buddha in shock. He knew that things were troublesome. Great Buddha Baishan was one of the 3 Buddhas under Dipankara Buddha. With their strength, it was difficult to fight against him. What powerful strength! Young Master Ming's face was also solemn. He thought that he had enough enemies, but Lin Ling's side had even more enemies. Moreover, each of them was an existence that could not be underestimated. Let's fight. Lin Ling nodded to young Master Ming. At this time, the only way was to break out of the encirclement. Everyone immediately unleashed their strength. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had already recovered all of his trump cards. He led the group and charged over. They're going to fight. Everyone stared at this scene, their hearts hanging in the air. Could Lin Ling and the others escape? Unfortunately, for many powerful gods, Lin Ling and the others could not escape. It was difficult, extremely difficult. Lin Ling took the lead. With the powerful Lin Ling universe, innate talent fusion, Panga strike, and universe's 3 extremes break, he attacked. In his hand, he held the Sword of Faith. Behind him, young Master Ming used the Bronze Gate and the power of underworld reincarnation to attack. Lei Gong, Little Luan Longyang, and the 12-winged Yang God were also urging the power of the world will. The combination of all their powers was so powerful that it could kill any deity or middle-stage universe giant god. Monster. Die. In the sky, Great Buddha Baishan sat cross-legged and slapped down with his huge Buddha palm. Sand and pebbles flew. Under this huge palm, the space actually turned into glass-like fragments. The wind and waves were so terrifying that it directly crashed into the Purple Wind Cave, causing a powerful shock wave to rush into the sky. On the entire 6th floor, countless gods looked in the direction of the Purple Wind Cave. They all knew that a great battle had broken out there. Block it! The huge palm slapped down. Lin Ling and the others gritted their teeth as they felt a gust of wind that wanted to blow them into nothingness. At the front of the team was Lin Ling, young Master Ming, and Saint Yi. The 3 of them had the strongest defense, but they were still unable to block it. Chapter 5203. Although Xiaoluan's creation did not have a strong defense, it had a miraculous effect. It created a large amount of universal laws distorting the power of the Baishan Buddha and sending it to another place. Rumble. Xiaoluan's power was transmitted to the Purple Wind Cave, and the terrifying divine power destroyed the earth, implicating countless gods. Oh my god! They stared at the sky and roared. No one had expected the battle to reach such an intense stage. Lin Ling and the others have attracted too many powerful beings. At the auction, Mr. Mu and the gods of the auction watched with solemn expressions. Clearly, they did not expect such a huge battle to occur. Can Lin Ling and the others stop it? Mr. Bai asked solemnly. Mr. Mu did not say anything, because in his heart, Lin Ling and the others would not be able to stop the Baishan Buddha. That Buddha was the most powerful being on the 6th level. Rumble. As expected, the golden palm in the sky was still smashing down. Lin Ling and the others rushed to the sky, but they were all suppressed. It was obvious that if Lin Ling and the others could not stop it, they would not be able to escape from the Buddha. How can it be so powerful? Lin Ling was anxious. He realized that the Baishan Buddha was even more powerful than before. His power of faith could not break the Baishan Buddha's palm. Moreover, he felt that the Buddha's palm was actually the divine power. But the divine power was so powerful that even the world's will could not stop it. Lin Ling, you guys go. I'll bring him to the underworld. At this time, young Master Ming suddenly said coldly. He seemed to have a backup plan. Young Master Ming, hurry up and bring him in. Saint Yi held the Donghuang bell and said in surprise. No. However, Lin Ling immediately stopped him. He had a feeling that young Master Ming could not stop the Baishan Buddha. The only reason he could bring him into the underworld was because he was risking his life. Lin Ling. Young Master Ming frowned. All right, enough. Let's fight together. Lin Ling said coldly. He did not expect young Master Ming to be so loyal. Young Master Ming still frowned, but he did not say anything. The other's impression of young Master Ming also changed. First he killed Yin Chuangshi, and now he seemed to be trustworthy. However, the Baishan Buddha's giant palm, the pressure on everyone. Among them, the 12-winged young god was trembling. Apparently, he had reached his limit. Gradually it was the thunder god's turn. In the end his offense was strong, but his defense was weak. In terms of defense, young master's defense, he was not as strong as Longyang and the others. Lin Ling, my previous suggestion. Young Master Ming said again. Don't mention that matter again. Just hang in there. There will definitely be a way. Young Master Ming's heart. However, Lin Ling looked calm, but in fact he was very anxious. He kept looking for a way. When he thought of the square prison he shouted, Brother Guangchengzi, Brother Monkey, come and help. However, there was a short silence in the square prison. Then Guangchengzi's voice came. Lin Ling, there are too many people watching now. We don't want to be exposed. However, if you are in danger, we will definitely help. Although he had received a promise, Lin Ling was still uneasy. After all, he also heard that Guangchengzi and the others seemed to be afraid. He did not know what they were afraid of. Rumble. Lin Ling and the others continued to be suppressed, and they were getting closer and closer to the ground. Many people began to shake their heads, thinking that Lin Ling and the others could not resist. Whoosh! However, at this moment an arrow was shot. It was extremely powerful, shooting out the sun, the moon, the stars, the universe's divine fire, and the divine thunder rolling around the arrow. Rumble! The arrow collided with the giant palm, forming a coherent reaction. The whole sky seemed to be shattered. It felt like a cage was broken. Amitabha. In the sky, the White Mountain Buddha narrowed his eyes. He was obviously angry. He almost suppressed Lin Ling and the others. Who was the one causing trouble at such a critical moment? Moreover, the attack power of that arrow was beyond imagination. Whoosh! At this moment, another arrow was shot. It was even more powerful than the previous one. With a boom, the White Mountain Buddha's palm was pushed back. What a powerful arrow! It can kill a god-level giant universe god. People gasped. This was the first time they had seen such a terrifying and fatal arrow. And this was not the end. For more arrows appeared, circling each other, and attacking the giant Buddha's palm. Rumble! The power of these 4 arrows was so terrifying that they sent the White Mountain Buddha's palm flying. The whole Purple Wind Cave was in an uproar. Attack! The pressure on Lin Ling and the others was greatly reduced. They looked at the sky, and then took the opportunity to attack the Buddha's palm crazily. Along the way, Lei Gong roared, and a powerful destructive power burst out. Previously, he was suppressed and could not use his strength. Now it was his turn to attack. The power of his attack was only slightly weaker than Lin Ling's power of faith. With the joint attack of several people, and the help of the mysterious arrows, they finally destroyed the giant Buddha's palm in the sky. Looking at the White Mountain Buddha, his face was full of anger. Someone was helping them. Who was it? He was furious because he had almost caught Lin Ling when he was in the chaotic realm. In the end, two powerful cultivators had helped Lin Ling. Now it was another chance. Moreover, they had more helpers on their side. However, another helper had appeared on Lin Ling's side, and it was a very powerful helper. Damn it. Looking at the rotten god and the other enemies, their faces were gloomy. Although it was difficult for them to catch Lin Ling, they still wanted Lin Ling and the others to be caught. However, they were disappointed again. It's him. At this moment, Qing Zhu was still fighting against the myriad sea tribe, but her eyes flashed as she guessed something. It's him. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and also guessed who it was. However, he did not expect that this person's strength would suddenly become so strong. Lin Ling, hurry up and leave. I will stop them. At this time, two figures finally appeared in the sky. It was a man and a woman. The woman was extremely beautiful and unforgettable. The man was dressed in silver armor and looked majestic. He was full of masculinity. They were Bai Yuxing and his wife. Unexpectedly, they had also come to the 6th level. Moreover, Bai Yuxing's strength had greatly increased. Lin Ling, I'm sorry. Bai Yuxing also shouted at Lin Ling. That day, Lin Ling had saved him and his wife from the myriad sea tribe. Not only was he not grateful, he even cursed Lin Ling. Because of this, he had chased after Lin Ling and reached the 6th level. His goal was to repay his kindness. Thank you. Lin Ling smiled at Bai Yuxing. I should be the one saying thank you. Bai Yuxing shook his head. When he was at his weakest, it was Lin Ling and Qing Zhu who helped him. Now that he had recovered part of his strength, he naturally wanted to help Lin Ling. Moreover, he felt that he owed Lin Ling more than now. A few arrows would be enough to repay him. Hurry up and leave. He shouted again. I've discovered that many gods are hurrying over. Leave this place immediately. Chapter 5204. They are going to escape. Many people saw through Lin Ling's intentions and shouted. Rumble. White Mountain Buddha's body rumbled as his eyes widened in anger. This time, he could not let Lin Ling and the others escape. Light gathered around his body as he prepared a powerful killing move. But at this moment, a cold aura locked onto him, causing him to look up. In the distance, a man in armor was floating. It was Bai Yuxing. He was holding a huge divine bow that was more than 2 meters long. One end of the bow was fiery red, and the other end was azure with frost chi. It filled the air. One ice and one fire, like the origin of the universe. White Mountain Buddha sucked in a cold breath. Although the man's cultivation level was not high, the bow could not be underestimated. Ho Yi's divine bow, he said in a low voice. This caused an uproar in the nearby area. Ho Yi's divine bow was one of the strongest divine weapons in the chaotic universe. In terms of killing gods, this divine bow was second to none. The appearance of Ho Yi's divine bow meant that the man was the incomparably famous Ho Yi. However, it was said that the man was suppressed by a powerful god and reincarnated. Why would he appear here now? For a moment, White Mountain Buddha did not dare to move. He could only watch as Lin Ling left. Catch them and there will be rewards. At this moment, someone shouted, causing the gods who were watching a good show to become restless. Now that Lin Ling and the others are exhausted, this is the best time. You can easily obtain endless treasures. Long Sure. What are you standing there for? In the 6th level, the strong are respected. If you want to control your own fate, you can only rely on treasures. The voices grew louder and louder, causing endless echoes. Finally, someone's eyes turned red as he quietly mobilized his divine energy. Let's go, let's go. Lin Ling took the lead and led everyone to escape. However, As everyone had guessed, they had been through several battles and were already exhausted. Especially the final clash with White Mountain Buddha. They had almost no divine energy left. These people are crazy. Saint Guy took some time to look at the gods and cursed. That's normal. This is the 6th level. In order to become stronger, you can do anything. Lei Gong replied. The few of them rushed out of the encirclement and approached the 18 Dragon Mountains. From afar, they could vaguely see the magnificent 18 Dragon Mountains. The mysteries of the 18 Dragon Mountains were boundless. It was like a huge universe. After entering it, there was no doubt that it could block the detection of the gods. Haha, caught you. But at this time, a group of people appeared in front of Lin Ling and the others. These people were the powerhouses of the Nine Conch clan. Although they hadn't mobilized their main camp yet, there were still quite a number of them. If they were stopped by a single unit, coupled with the black mass of gods behind them, Lin Ling and the others would be in a very troublesome situation. Damn it! Young Master Ming couldn't help but curse. Hee, are you very angry? That's right, we want to anger you to death. The Nine Conch clan's powerhouses all had sinister smiles on their faces. They were incomparably pleased with themselves. Lord Lin Ling, the Silver Moon clan has caught up. At the same time, Sheng Yi looked behind him and saw that Yin Chuangyu had mostly recovered. He was rushing over with the Silver Moon clan's gods. Moreover, there was a dazzling moonlight on Yin Chuangyu's chest that turned into a silver-haired figure. It was God Ancestor Silver Moon. Obviously, God Ancestor Silver Moon also knew about Lin Ling's appearance. He was so angry that his teeth itched. So that was Lin Ling not too long ago. If he had known, he wouldn't have let him go. Get lost. Lin Ling looked behind him and knew that he had to enter the 18 Dragon Mountains immediately. Hee, we won't leave. The Nine Conch clan's people were very despicable. They didn't attack and just stood there blocking the way. Nine Conch clan. Lin Ling and the others all remembered this name. Their faces were ashen. Lin Ling, we're here to help you. At this time, a voice suddenly came from Lin Ling's voice transmission talisman. Lin Ling was stunned. He quickly checked the voice transmission talisman and found that the Yellow Emperor and the others had come. Lin Ling was overjoyed by this great news. The Yellow Emperor and the others were not weak. Previously, they were fighting for Providence on the 5th level. Now they had finally arrived. Moreover, there was an expert among them. It was the Sage of Many Treasures. However, the Yellow Emperor and the others were still quite far away. It would take some time for them to arrive. Lin Ling, you guys enter the 18 Dragon Mountains. I'll stop the Nine Conch clan for you. At this time, another evil voice sounded. Then a figure slowly walked out of a huge tree. It was impossible to tell whether this person was male or female, nor whether he was old or young. He was wearing a loose robe and had extremely demonic facial features. The great god of Spirit Nation. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect the great god of Spirit Nation to also be on the 6th level. He also didn't expect him to appear and help. I just happened to be nearby. When I heard about you, I rushed over. The great god of Spirit Nation walked over step by step. His voice was still cold. Go. If those gods catch up, you won't be able to leave. Thank you, great god of Spirit Nation. Lin Ling didn't care too much. He led young Master Ming and the others to the 18 Dragon Mountains. Who the F***ck are you? How dare you ruin my Nine Conch clan's plans? Seeing Lin Ling and the others rushing over, the gods of the Nine Conch clan cursed and stared at the great god of Spirit Nation. Hee, I'm your father. The great god of Spirit Nation opened his hands. A terrifying thing happened. The world spun, and the area within 1,000 miles seemed to have turned into a universe. In the heart of the universe was a majestic divine nation. What kind of technique is this? I'm from Spirit Nation. The gods of the Nine Conch clan followed the whirlpool and quickly entered Spirit Nation. In the process, they were also assimilated and gradually turned into people of Spirit Nation. Bang! 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 When they came out of the whirlpool, they all stood beside the great god of Spirit Nation, as if they were his loyal subordinates. This terrifying technique shocked everyone. One had to know that the gods of the Nine Conch clan were all early-stage universe giant gods. There was even a mid-stage expert. But now they were all on his side. Who is he? The gods who were rushing over from afar all exclaimed in surprise. What a powerful technique. No wonder the great god of Spirit Nation is ranked third among the world will hosts. Lin Ling and the others rushed into the 18 Dragon Mountains. Lin Ling was also shocked. The intense battle today made him realize that he wasn't strong enough. If it weren't for the continuous appearance of helpers, he would definitely have died here today. Lin Ling, that is. Young Master Ming was also shocked by the strength of the great god of Spirit Nation. The world will host, the great god of Spirit Nation. He's an old rival of mine. We came out from the void of the 9 continents together. Lin Ling replied. Speaking of the great god of Spirit Nation, he sighed. They were once mortal enemies. But after coming to the Dao realm, they were like friends and foes. They had gone through ups and downs together. Now their relationship was very delicate. Chapter 5205. He made it sound simple, but he was actually very shocked. After all, in this situation, who would dare to help unless they had been through life and death together? If he helped, he might not even be able to free himself. However, when he thought of his interactions with Lin Ling, he felt relieved. Although Lin Ling was a cold person, he was loyal to his friends. Fighting side by side with him made him feel like he was risking his life for him. Ming the young master looked at Lei Gong and the others, and was even more certain of his thoughts. Perhaps Lin Ling was sincere to his own people. Scram! At this moment, the experts of the Silver Moon clan arrived, led by Yin Chuangyu, and shouted angrily at the great god of the Spirit Kingdom. Great god of the Spirit Kingdom? Yin Chuangyu had the head of god ancestor Silver Moon on his chest, and he looked coldly at the great god of the Spirit Kingdom. The great god of the Spirit Kingdom had a strange smile on his face. He tilted his head and looked at god ancestor Silver Moon, as if 2 heroes of the era were fighting. Then he said flatly, "Who do you think you are?" He was the only one who dared to talk to god ancestor Silver Moon like this. 10 in the 8 Dragon Mountain. Lin Ling and the others gasped when they saw this scene. This great god of the Spirit Kingdom used to be my #1 enemy. Now he is one of us and so domineering. Lei said. Gong laughed. I don't know what he went through, but his strength has increased by leaps and bounds. Back in the void of the 9 states, he was stronger than me. Later on in the Tao realm, I surpassed him and saved him several times. But now, he has surpassed me again. Lin Ling laughed. It was like a race between him and the great god of the Spirit Kingdom. Sometimes Lin Ling was first, and sometimes the great god of the Spirit Kingdom was first. It was as if they were encouraging each other. Lin Ling, I believe you will surpass him again sooner or later. Longyang said immediately. You too. Lin Ling nodded. He looked around and saw a large number of powerful auras approaching. There were hundreds of thousands of them, led by the Yellow Emperor, followed by the Ancient Emperor and Jinren of many treasures. Lin Ling's main forces had finally arrived. He's coming. Duke and the others all laughed excitedly. With the 2 armies of experts joining forces, their strength had undoubtedly increased greatly. While at this moment, outside of the 18 Dragon Mountains, the great god of the Spirit Kingdom alone was enough to stop countless gods. Do you want to die? The moon god ancestor sensed that the great deities of the Spirit Kingdom were very powerful. If they really wanted to kill them, they would not be able to gain any advantage. Alright, I'll give it to you. Suddenly, the great god of Spirit Nation laughed and left with the assimilated gods. How some people were taken aback. Had he given in? Damn it. The moon god ancestor was not happy at all. Although the great god of the Spirit Kingdom had given in, he had delayed them for some time. Now that Lin Ling and the others had entered the 18 Dragon Mountains, it was very chaotic inside. It was very difficult to follow them. Their powerful laws will all be disturbed in the 18 Dragon Mountains. In fact, the Purple Wind Cave was also part of the 18 Dragon Mountains. It was just that it was relatively far away, so it was not affected that much. Quick, catch up to Lin Ling and the others. Moon God Ancestor angrily shouted, and summoned all the deities to attack the 18 Dragon Mountains. Here at this moment, Lin Ling and the others were running wildly in the 18 Dragon Mountains. At the same time, They sensed that countless gods were coming from behind them. Everyone split up and attacked them one by one. Kill without mercy, Lin Ling ordered. The Yellow Emperor and the others had just joined, so it was difficult to tell whether they were friends or foes. If they were caught off guard, they could kill them all. It's our turn to fight back. Lei Gong, Longyang, and the others clenched their fists tightly, looking forward to it. Next, Lin Ling and the others moved forward again, while the Yellow Emperor and the others split up. Not long after, a terrible battle broke out. For the gods who were chasing after Lin Ling, they only had one opponent, which was Lin Ling and the others. The others were their allies. But it was too sudden. When their allies attacked them, they naturally could not react in time. Ancestor, something's wrong. At this moment, Yin Chuangyu was the fastest. He was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling and the others, but he also found that something was wrong. Lin Ling, I don't know where he got help from. God Ancestor Silver Moon said coldly after sensing. Then what should we do? Yin Chuangyu frowned. Go after Lin Ling and the others. Don't worry about the others. Be careful of the trap. God Ancestor Silver Moon said decisively. Moreover, now is the time to capture Lin Ling and the others alive. Otherwise, they will fall into the hands of others. After hearing the order, Yin Chuangyu and the others immediately chased after Lin Ling. While outside the Purple Wind Cave, the fierce battle gradually came to an end. Qingzhu began to retreat. After all, her mission was completed. Same as Bai Yuxing, and the others did the same. They all rushed into the 18 Dragon Mountains. Senior sister. Bai Yuxing and Qingzhu met up. Bai Yuxing and his wife bowed to Qingzhu. Qingzhu nodded and looked in the direction of the 18 Dragon Mountains. She said seriously, although the crisis has been resolved, the 18 Dragon Mountains are still in chaos. Let's go and help. They also rushed into the 18 Dragon Mountains to fish in troubled waters. The 18 Dragon Mountains were indeed in a chaotic battle. Many people did not see Lin Ling and the others. Instead, they were killed. For a moment, they could not tell who was the enemy and who was the ally. In the end, they could only kill indiscriminately. Following that, after Qingzhu and the others joined in, the battle became even more chaotic. But now, the Silver Moon clan was the closest to Lin Ling and the others. Perhaps the Silver Moon clan was like a flag. Everyone knew that God Ancestor Silver Moon was there, so they did not leave. They still had hope. Lin Ling, you can't escape. Although Lin Ling and the others were the furthest, the Silver Moon clan still locked onto Lin Ling and the others. This, although the 18 Dragon Mountains could block all detection, once they were close enough, they could still track them. I can't get rid of them. They are like cockroaches. Gui Yi scolded angrily. Lin Ling did not say a word. He found that they had rushed very deep. Finally he said, okay, let's get rid of them and end this battle. This battle was caused by the Silver Moon clan and the Myriad Sea clan. If the Silver Moon clan was destroyed, the battle might end. And how many people do we have? Ming asked. The young master narrowed his eyes. They were still tired, but the Silver Moon clan had countless experts. It would be difficult to fight against them. I will get rid of Yin Chuangyu. You guys block the rest. I will help you after I finish them. Lin Ling said. Everyone's eyes widened. Lin Ling still had the strength to fight against Yin Chuangyu? Yin Chuangyu was seriously injured, but he had recovered a lot. Previously, the three of them had joined forces to injure Yin Chuangyu. If they fought against him alone, Lin Ling would not be able to defeat him. Moreover, Yin Chuangyu had God Ancestor Silver Moon with him. Don't worry, I can get rid of him. Lin Ling knew that they did not believe him, but he could not explain too much. In his mind, he had already communicated with the square prison. Okay, you get rid of him, and we will block the other experts for you. Lei Gong was familiar with Lin Ling's character. He nodded and said, remember, don't die. That trash can't kill me. Chapter 5206. Yin Chuangyu, let's fight. His voice was like thunder, full of fighting spirit. The ancient 18 Dragon Mountains had a short moment of silence. Regardless of whether the gods were fighting or rushing, they all looked up at the sky. Following that, then they all sneered. That Lin Ling seemed to want to challenge Yin Chuangyu. Could it be that he had forgotten how he had been beaten like a dog before? Fight me. In the Moon Tribe, Yin Chuangyu's eyes flashed. Then he laughed disdainfully. Although, of course, even though he had yet to recover his strength, he could still easily capture a mere Lin Ling. You guys capture him, I'll capture Lin Ling. Chuangyu shouted, abandoned young Master Ming and the rest, and shot toward Lin Ling. Rumble. Wherever he passed, all the trees collapsed. His aura was extremely powerful. As one of the top 100 of the 6th level, even if he was seriously injured, he could not be underestimated. Lin Ling and the rest can't escape? Many people looked in that direction, their eyes flickering. Young Master Ming and the rest were blocking the experts of the Silver Moon Tribe. They were still worried about Lin Ling's choice. While Lin Ling was flying on the ground, using all his strength to break all the trees and hills in his way. At the same time, he felt the powerful aura chasing after him. Brother Guangqingzi. Ling shouted. I know. It's easy to kill him in this place. Lin Ling, get ready to let me out of the prison. Guangqingzi shouted. Lin Ling nodded at Chengzi's voice. After flying for a while, he finally stopped. This place was almost there. He turned around and saw a dragon mountain behind him. It was majestic, towering into the clouds, as if an ancestral dragon was looking at the vast land. Lin Ling. After that, the terrifying air waves stopped, and a cold voice came. Yin Chuangyu had arrived, and was standing a few hundred meters away from Lin Ling. His body was shining with silver light, making him look like a man made of light. While a ray of light floated out of his chest, and turned into a ferocious human head. It was God Ancestor Silver Moon. You are Lin Ling. God Ancestor Silver Moon was like a parasite on Yin Chuangyu's body. He spoke human language, and looked Lin Ling up and down. You killed my whole tribe. Lin Ling. Oh Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to come to the second half of the Tao Pagoda. Don't you know that the Silver Moon Tribe, we have to kill you. Moreover, not only will you die, but all your friends and family will die as well. Thinking of what had happened in the Ocean Saint City, God Ancestor Silver Moon seemed to be making a vow. Very vicious. However, can you really kill me? Lin Ling smiled without a trace of panic on his face. What do you mean? Moon God Ancestor frowned, and was a little curious. Are you stupid? I attracted you here. Didn't you know that I have a backup plan? Lin Ling shrugged. Before, we tried our best to rush into the 18 Dragon Mountains. Why did I give up running away and invite you here? Hearing this, God Ancestor Silver Moon felt that something was wrong. After all, what Lin Ling said made sense. Ancestor, don't listen to his nonsense. He is deliberately mystifying us. Chuangyu suddenly said, Lin Ling, don't try to fool us with your lies. We won't fall for it. Haha. Even your ancestor feels that something is wrong. But you think I am lying to you? Do you think you are smarter than your ancestor? Lin Ling teased. Yin Chuangyu was speechless and scolded angrily. Lin Ling, don't drive a wedge between us. In front of God Ancestor Silver Moon, he did not dare to be arrogant. He also knew that the ancestor was petty and extreme. If he took Lin Ling's words to heart, he might blame him. You're the one who said it, not me. Why are you in such a hurry? Lin Ling shook his head disdainfully. Chuangyu, don't talk. God Ancestor Silver Moon interrupted, and looked at Lin Ling calmly. Your behavior is really strange. Are you starting to be cautious? God Ancestor Silver Moon, I thought you were a big shot. But because of my words, you became cautious. You really let me down. Lin Ling curled his lips. But you are right to be cautious. Because I attracted you here on purpose. Now if you leave now, you still have a chance to live. If you don't believe me, you can try. Let's try. Chuangyu gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Chuangyu, God Ancestor Silver Moon shouted and looked deeply at Lin Ling. He was indeed afraid. Lin Ling's confidence was too abnormal, so he had to be cautious. Of course, if his real body was here, he would have killed Lin Ling. But now he was just a ray of light. Ancestor, he is stalling for time. Yin Chuangyu saw that time was passing slowly, and he could not bear it anymore. God Ancestor Silver Moon was still staring at Lin Ling. Finally he shouted coldly. Lin Ling, I don't know why you are so confident. But now, you have used all your trump cards. I don't believe you have any more. Chuangyu attack. Hearing this, Yin Chuangyu activated all his divine power. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Lin Ling, I'm going to kill you now. Try to stop me if you can. I don't believe you have any more trump cards. Yin Chuangyu's body kept expanding. The silver moonlight was threatening him. He was confident that with his current strength, he was invincible among the early-stage gods of the universe. The premise was that he was seriously injured. And Lin Ling, no matter how powerful he was only a saint. He could kill him easily. On Yin Chuangyu's body, God Ancestor Silver Moon also became huge. His eyes were wide open, like an angry god. He was indeed afraid before, but now that he had decided to attack, he would not hesitate. Chuangyu, I'll lend you the moonlight treasure box. The light on Yin Chuangyu's body condensed and turned into an ancient treasure box. The moment the box appeared, an incomparably ferocious aura shot up to the sky, far away. At this moment, all the gods had sensed the moonlight that had soared into the sky. The oppressive might assaulted them, making them feel as if they were being sealed in the universe. Is God Ancestor Silver Moon here? The old man muttered to himself, his face full of shock. At this moment, all the battles stopped, and everyone looked into the distance. Sheng Yi Lei Gong and the others all clenched their fists and were extremely nervous. Lin Ling, your show is over. A loud roar, like the sound of heaven's might, suppressed the 18 dragon mountains. At the same time, Lin Ling felt a terrible pressure coming at him. This force was very strong, and it was not something he could resist. But indeed the show was over. God Ancestor Silver Moon, you've miscalculated this time. Lin Ling shouted and released Guangqingzi. Almost at the same time, a dazzling light smashed down from the sky, like a comet or the Milky Way. Cyclic Sky Seal. Rumble. Cyclic Sky Seal, used to smash the heads of gods. The moment it smashed down, the sun and the moon collapsed, and the universe was reorganized. Chapter 5207. It's you. God Ancestor Silver Moon's face was ferocious. He knew that Lin Ling did not lie to him. Lin Ling did have a backup plan. Crack. With a crisp sound, Yin Chuangyu's head was smashed by the flipping sky seal. His bones were broken, his brain was messed up, and a powerful force was destroying his body. He stopped moving and froze on the spot. The powerful force that he had released earlier was now receding like a tide. He stared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at him coldly and said, "Don't think that I can't kill you." Previously, when Lin Ling and the other two joined forces, they only seriously injured Yin Chuangyu. At that time, Yin Chuangyu thought that Lin Ling did not have the means to kill him. But now, he found that Lin Ling had a powerful trump card. He was wrong. "Ancestor, help me," Yin Chuangyu said weakly. Unfortunately, the light that God Ancestor Silver Moon had turned into was also very dim. He ignored Yin Chuangyu because he could not. Yin Chuangyu was formed by a ray of moonlight. He had cultivated for thousands of years before becoming a man. Now he had died. Besides, the deaths of Yin Chuangshi's two sons had something to do with Lin Ling and the extermination of the Ocean Saint City. Lin Ling. God Ancestor Silver Moon's face was full of resentment. He said in a low voice, "It turns out that you have the square prison. Back in the day, there were countless sovereigns. However, after the God sealing and the great tribulation of the will of the world, many of the gods perished, while others were imprisoned. Because they didn't have any good karma, the 4 prisons were torn apart. As it turns out, one of the prisons is with you. Lin Ling, you are really a treasure. No wonder Dipankara Buddha values you so much." God Ancestor Silver Moon kept talking, but the light became dimmer. Bang! At the same time, Yin Chuangyu fell down dead. But his eyes were open. He died with remaining grievances. God Ancestor Silver Moon turned into a ray of light and disappeared with anger and unwillingness. The entire Horn of Dragon Mountain gradually regained its peace. In the distance, the great battle had stopped. Everyone was looking in that direction, their expressions filled with curiosity. Was Lin Ling caught? Or was he dead? No one thought that Lin Ling was Yin Chuangyu's match, let alone God Ancestor Silver Moon. Lin Ling has definitely been captured. There are still these world will hosts left. As long as anyone can capture them, there will be great rewards. It was unknown who shouted, but it seemed that the battle was about to ignite again. Not good, Lin Ling has been caught. At this time in the distant forest, the myriad oceanic tribe had arrived. When they saw this scene, they were all anxious. Although Lin Ling was the host body of the world's will, he was also highly sought after. Any god race would want to obtain him. However, at this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard. All the battles that were about to erupt suddenly stopped. Everyone looked in the direction of Dragon Mountain, knowing that Yin Chuangyu had come out. No one would have thought that the intense battle from the Purple Wind Cave all the way to the 18 Dragon Mountains would finally end. And Lin Ling, who was the focus of the battle, had been completely captured by the Silver Moon tribe. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Then a figure appeared, causing everyone to stare at it. It was not Yin Chuangyu, but Lin Ling. What's going on? Suddenly, there was an explosion of exclamations. All the gods in the myriad oceanic tribe were in disbelief. Yin Chuangyu is dead. At this time, Lin Ling raised the corpse in his hand high, causing the lifeless Yin Chuangyu to suddenly become as dazzling as the sun. Yin Chuangyu had been defeated? At this moment, everyone felt a sense of trepidation. Yin Chuangyu was one of the top 100 experts on the 6th level, and he had a divine body. How could he be killed by Lin Ling? What was Lin Ling's true strength? For a moment, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They stared at Lin Ling and suddenly panicked. After entering the 18 Dragon Mountains, they had suffered countless casualties, and even the leader of the Silver Moon tribe had died. They wanted to retreat. After all, apart from him, Lin Ling had many powerful helpers on his side, such as the woman holding the green bamboo, young Master Ming, and Hou-Yi with the Hou-Yi divine bow. Let's retreat. Sigh, after fighting for so long, we have not gained any advantage at all. Yes, so many people have died. The gods began to leave one after another. Their backbone Yin Chuangyu had died, and they had lost the will to fight. You are not allowed to leave. We the myriad oceanic tribe are still here. Lin Ling and the others have already reached the point of exhaustion. We just need to hold on a little longer. Elder One of the myriad oceanic tribe shouted. He was unwilling to give up. So many of his people had died, but they had not captured a single person. How could he report this? Unfortunately, no one cared about him. Everyone was still leaving. Elder, a god of the myriad oceanic tribe, looked at Elder One cautiously. In fact, he also wanted to retreat. In today's battle, Lin Ling and the others had been on the verge of being wiped out many times. However, each time, powerful gods had helped, tearing apart their confidence again and again, making them not dare to fight anymore. Let's retreat. Elder One sighed and left with the myriad oceanic tribe. They were all dejected. After all, not long ago at the auction, they had thought that Lin Ling and the others would be easy to capture. Now they realized that they had not prepared enough. They had underestimated Lin Ling and the others. The originally lively 18 Dragon Mountains gradually regained its tranquility. Only Lin Ling and the other gods were left. Lin Ling. In the distance, Qing Zhu Hou-Yi and his wife flew over happily. Where's the White Mountain Great Buddha? Lin Ling asked. He's gone. Bai Yuxing smiled and said, his golden Buddha body was broken by me, and he was afraid of my divine bow, so he could only retreat. In that case, our enemies have all retreated. Hearing this, Lin Ling finally let out a sigh of relief. A large number of gods had been mobilized in this battle, but many powerful gods had also been mobilized. After many twists and turns, they had finally escaped. Let's go, let's leave this place. Although the powerful enemies had retreated, Lin Ling knew that it was because their backbone had died. If a few more powerful gods came, it would be difficult for them to resist. Everyone broke up and scattered one after another. Every one of them was very excited. After all, the 6th floor was the headquarters of the gods. If they could survive this battle, it meant that they could survive until they gained a firm foothold on the 6th floor. Moreover, today's battle would soon spread throughout the 6th floor. At that time, no matter what era the gods were from, they would all know about Lin Ling and the others. Is this a dream? We actually survived. Xiaoluan sighed as they moved forward. Yes, we survived. Longyang nodded affirmatively. Her eyes looked into the distance, knowing that they had survived this battle. They were one step closer to the end of the Dao Pagoda. After all, they had survived this time. Next time, they would have to gain a firm foothold. And the next time, they would have to face the gods head-on. In the end, they would have to surpass the gods. At that time, they would reach the top of the Dao Pagoda and unify the entire universe. This battle told us that the 6th floor is really full of experts, crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Now there are still many gods who have not appeared, and the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. We still have to improve our strength as soon as possible. Chapter 5208. The 18 Dragon Mountains were grand and boundless. Looking in all directions, one could see 18 dragons sitting on the ground, their heads and tails connected, as though they were guarding something. Lin Ling and the others were scattered around one of the Dragon Mountains. Even a single Dragon Mountain was vast and boundless. In such a mysterious place, it was undoubtedly much harder to find Lin Ling and the others. Everyone, go search for the Dragon Mountains. Any dragon stones you find will belong to you. If you meet an enemy you can't handle, summon the entire team for help. Lin Ling said to the group. They left in high spirits. If they were alone, they would not dare to brag about any treasures they found. They might even give them up. After all, a man's wealth was his own ruin. But it was different with a large team. There were more than 100,000 experts, and Lin Ling and the others. Unless they met an elite expert of the god race, there was nothing to fear. It could be said that Lin Ling and the others were half a god race now. The same as the other powerful factions on the 6th level. By Yusheng, you guys go search for dragon stones as well, Lin Ling said to those around him, but left behind a voice transmission talisman for them. If there was any trouble, they were to inform him immediately. All right, Bai Yusheng Lei Gong, and the others were very happy. They left in groups of 3 to 5. The Yellow Emperor and the other ancient emperors were together. The Taoist of many treasures world will bodies were together. Qing Zhu was with young Master Ming. Lin Ling had wanted to join one of their teams, but Guang Qingzi wanted him to go alone. Therefore Lin Ling did not join for now. Guang Qingzi's intention was to let Lin Ling cultivate alone. Lin Ling's cultivation level was not the same as before. He had the strength to be trained by Guang Qingzi and the others. Lin Ling was a little surprised at this. Of course he was looking forward to it. After all, Guang Qingzi had never told him about this. While Lin Ling and the others were secretly cultivating, there was a huge commotion on the 6th level. In the Battle of the Purple Wind Cave, Lin Ling and the others revealed their outstanding talents, shocking the 6th level. Several world will hosts, under the leadership of Lin Ling? That's right. It's said that they managed to evade the pursuit of several major celestial clans. Among them, the Great Buddha of White Mountain was dispatched. In the end, they returned empty-handed. Interesting. In the distant land of the 6th level, the ground here was filled with ancient divine beasts. They were as large as the universe. Among them, a giant was sitting on the ground, eating divine beast meat with a cold expression. The giant's long hair draped over his shoulders, making him look extremely domineering. There were also giants all around him. Some of them were dragging huge divine beasts back, while others were starting a fire. They were the most mysterious of the 12 god clans, the Giant God clan. The Giant God race was said to be the remnant bloodline of the Panga race. There were also rumors that the Giant God race was a branch of the Panga race. It was even said that the Giant God race was actually the Panga race's servants. Of course, no matter what kind of legend it was, the Giant God race could not be underestimated. On the other side, in a certain space of the 6th level, endless primordial energy was roiling. A giant toad was in the midst of the primordial energy, its eardrum expanding and contracting at times. And the strangest thing was that there was a person on the toad's upper body. This person seemed to be connected to the toad. His lower body was that of the toad, and his upper body was that of a human. His arms were crossed over his chest, and his eyes were slightly closed, as if he were sensing something. What changes have there been in the 6th level these past few years? He smiled as he spoke to the void. There haven't been any major changes. The various god clans are still searching for the entrance to the 7th level. However, a foreign race has risen up. It's formed from a host body of the world's will. A palm-sized fly appeared beside the toad and spoke human words. A host body of the world's will? That's right. It's led by Lin Ling. There are many of them, but their strength is average. Interesting. Cough, cough, cough. The man was a little excited at first, but after taking deep breaths, the primordial energy surged in, causing him to cough incessantly. The primordial energy was no small matter. Only he dared to absorb it without restraint. The same thing happened in every corner. The various god clans were all affected. The strongest leader of the Myriad Sea clan, who remained on the 6th level, was a crab king. His huge real body lay on the ground and spat out bubbles. Each bubble caused the earth to shake. Lin Ling, he said in a low voice. No matter what, we must find them. I'm looking for merit points now. As long as I find them, I can enter the 7th level. Before that, we must use the power of the entire clan to kill Lin Ling. King, I think the other god clans won't agree. They want to capture him alive. Who cares? Kill whoever dares to resist. At the same time, 3 figures stood in the Silver Moon clan. Their bodies were shining with silver light. They were the 9 sons of God Ancestor Silver Moon. Now 2 of the 9 sons of God Ancestor Silver Moon were dead. This undoubtedly made them want to kill Lin Ling even more. However, Lin Ling and the others were in the 18 Dragon Mountains. The 18 Dragon Mountains were shrouded in fog all year round. It was difficult for any powerful divine skill to spy on the 18 Dragon Mountains. Therefore, they could only search slowly. Of course, these god clans had grudges against Lin Ling and the others. However, some god clans had different opinions about Lin Ling and the others. The Son of Light ordered that if Lin Ling and the others ask for anything, we must do our best to protect them. We must also find merit points to help them enter the 7th level. The Solar God clan was undoubtedly Lin Ling's ally. On the other side, the Ya clan also had the same idea. However, Lin Ling and the others, who were quietly growing up, did not know about all this. Especially Lin Ling, who had entered the square prison. This was one of the 3 highest level prisons, with green mountains and clear waters. The 3 prisons were Guangqingzi, Monkey King, and the Green-Robed Taoist. Monkey King's was a world of fire. Guangqingzi's was a world of green mountains and clear waters. The Green-Robed Taoist was the most mysterious. Lin Ling had not seen him yet. Lin Ling, you are now a middle-stage Saint Universe Giant God. You are very powerful, and can kill many early-stage Universe Giant Gods. But you are not 100% sure. You are much weaker when facing middle-stage Universe Giant Gods. It is time to improve your foundation again. Guangqingzi looked at Lin Ling indifferently. Come on, brother Guangqingzi. Lin Ling did not know what Guangqingzi wanted to train him, but he was looking forward to it. What do you want to improve? Guangqingzi suddenly smiled. In this green mountain, you can improve your divine embryo, divine energy, physical strength, soul strength, and even universe strength. Of course, with your current strength, there is a limit to how much you can improve in some areas. After all, you are already very powerful when fighting those at a higher level. Brother, do you have any suggestions? Lin Ling asked immediately. Divine embryo. Guangqingzi pondered. Your divine energy, physical strength, and soul strength are all superior to ordinary people. However, your foundation is still weak. Although you have Panga's body and your foundation is very strong, you have a lot of energy and divine embryos in your body. It will not be good to waste them. Guangqingzi had been with Lin Ling for a long time, so he knew that Lin Ling had several dantians. Chapter 5209. Okay, I'll upgrade the divine embryo. Lin Ling nodded. Ever since he entered the Dao Pagoda, his divine embryo had reached its limit and was difficult to upgrade. This caused his cultivation speed to slow down, and the difficulty of breaking through increased. I have 99 million heaven primordial divine mountains here. They can stimulate a person's potential to the limit. Go and carry them. At first, don't carry too many. After you become familiar with them, slowly carry more divine mountains. Remember, don't bite off more than you can chew. Guangqingzi exhorted. Then he waved his hand and the entire world shook. After a rumbling sound, many divine mountains floated up and floated in the sky. Universe. Ling instantly realized that those divine mountains had formed a powerful universe. Perhaps this was Guangqingzi's universe. How many realms? Ling asked curiously. 2 realms. Guangqingzi proudly looked at Lin Ling and smiled mysteriously. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He was only 5 realms. Moreover, it took him a long time to grow up. So, Guangqingzi is using his universe to help me upgrade my divine embryo. Then, Lin Ling suddenly understood. Strong, large universes had the ability to defy the heavens and change fate. It was not difficult to change his divine embryo. However, after changing the divine embryo in Guangqingzi's universe, everything would return to normal after leaving the Dao Pagoda. This was the same as Lin Ling's universe. Lin Ling had to go through hardships in Guangqingzi's universe in order to bring out the results of his cultivation. Thank you, I'm going. Ling cupped his hands towards Guangqingzi and floated into the sky. It's best to stimulate all the divine embryos to the limit and become a divine body. Although this divine body is only a half-divine body and not a true ancient divine body, it can still make your foundation more solid. Guangqingzi looked at the sky and waved his hand. Countless divine mountains floated down from the sky. Bang! Bang! Heaven primordial divine mountain sat on the ground, and everything returned to normal. At this moment, Lin Ling did not notice the changes in the outside world. He had already entered Guangqingzi's universe. Rumble. 1. Powerful laws suddenly arrived and shrouded Lin Ling's body. What laws are these? Lin Ling felt as if his godly energy, fleshly body energy, and soul energy were all frozen. The speed of movement was incomparably slow. This meant that the current Lin Ling, apart from his strong physical body, could not mobilize much of his other strength. And as the number of laws continued to increase, Lin Ling felt as if he had fallen into a swamp, unable to move an inch. And this was before he started cultivating on the Celestial Mountain. If he were to enter the Celestial Mountain, the heaviness would probably double. There's a newcomer. In the distance, there were a large number of divine mountains floating in the air. Around the divine mountains, there were a large number of silhouettes. They seemed to be the cultivators of the divine mountains. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and understood that these people should be from Guangqing's universe. Looks like Master has recruited another disciple. Moreover, they thought that Lin Ling was Master Guangqing's disciple. When did you become Master's disciple? Have you seen Swordsman? Then those people flew over one after another. Upon closer inspection, there were quite a few of them, several hundred of them. It hasn't been long. Ling did not want to cause any commotion, so he casually dealt with them. Haha, it's junior brother. Everyone was happy. It seemed that the days of cultivation were boring, but now it was lively. Lin Ling roughly checked them and found that most of them were saints. Of course, there were also some deity universe giant gods, but there were not many of them, only a dozen or so. They were probably existences on the same level as eldest senior brother. Master Guangqing had been through several eras, and when he met a good seedling, he would take them in. After a long time, he naturally had many disciples. Dang! Of course, the disciples that he was proud of were definitely Yellow Emperor and the others. We've all been under Master's tutelage for tens of thousands of years, or at least a few thousand years. But we haven't seen Master for a long time. Me too, I really want to see Master. All the senior and junior brothers said one after another. Aren't you guys bored after being here for so long? Lin Ling asked. Ha ha, you're indeed junior brother. You don't know how big this place is, so how can you be bored? Furthermore, we've already reached Qianyuan Godly Mountain, but Master still has many disciples who are still training. Yes, it's said that only by carrying 9,999 godly mountains can one leave this world and go to a new world. Many voices were heard, filled with anticipation and excitement. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment before he understood. This was the universe, which was vast and boundless. There were all kinds of natural dangers and secret realms, and there were also countless mortals. Naturally, people here would not be bored. And to be able to appear here, they were probably the top experts in the entire universe. They had already reached the peak of the universe, and as long as they completed the mission, they could leave and go to a new world. Lin Ling could see that they were very curious about the new world, looking forward to it, and were very excited. It was as though they were lonely at the top and wanted to challenge a new mountain. But unfortunately, they did not know that Lin Ling had come from another world, and that world was even bigger and more magnificent. Junior brother, you're a middle-stage Saint Giant Universe God, and you probably have 10,000 units of deity force. Don't choose a big mountain at the beginning. Choose a small mountain to cultivate. This old man, who seemed to be around 60 years old, said to Lin Ling. He was also a disciple of Guangqingzi. Okay. Lin Ling nodded and looked around. Then he found a very small mountain and flew over. However, Lin Ling had at least 100 laws suppressed on his body, so his speed was very slow, as though it was very strenuous for him. This junior brother is probably not very strong. He has about 10,000 units of deity force. Otherwise, his flying speed would not be so slow. He's a junior brother, so it's normal for him to have little deity force. Moreover, the strongest Saint Giant Universe God among us only has 80,000 units of deity force. After Lin Ling left, the crowd discussed spiritedly. Of course, although they were evaluating Lin Ling, they also took good care of Lin Ling. It could be seen that as disciples of Guangqingzi, they were very united. Unfortunately, they did not know that Lin Ling's deity force had already reached 80,000 units. If he fused his innate talents, he could reach 160,000 units, surpassing everyone else. And if he added his fleshly body strength, the total would be 360,000 units. In terms of strength, he would surpass a god with 360,000 units of deity force. After all, Lin Ling had 100,000 units of deity force. His recovery and defense were even stronger. This was also the advantage of Lin Ling's 8 dantians. In the entire Dao Pagoda, he was the only one who had such a huge improvement. So heavy. Ling was getting closer and closer to the small mountain. He could sense that the small mountain had gathered a large amount of laws. As he got closer, the various powers in his body circulated even more slowly. Stepping on the mountain is like conquering. Ling finally arrived at the foot of the small mountain. He looked up, his eyes burning. This small mountain was not high. It floated in the sky, but Lin Ling knew that it was not easy to reach the end. It required perseverance, patience, and willpower. Begin. Chapter 52:10. Bang! When Lin Ling stepped onto the mountain peak, the power in his body circulated even more slowly. This meant that to reach the peak, Lin Ling had to rely more on himself. Dang! However, during this process, the 8 dantians in his body were also suppressed by the powerful force. Their potential was constantly stimulated, causing a mutation. Then it felt as though the various divine embryos had been remolded by Guangqingzi's universe. What a terrifying law. But I don't believe that these laws can kill me. Lin Ling looked up at the peak and smiled confidently. This, the so-called sacred mountain trial, was actually using the universe's laws to temper the gods. However, one thing was certain, and that was that one would definitely not die. This was Guangqingzi's universe. He could change anything, and Guangqingzi could not kill his own disciple. Go! Lin Ling stepped onto the path, and the laws on his body increased. It was as though he was carrying a huge mountain. That junior brother has quite the fighting spirit. Everyone smiled, and then entered their respective sacred mountains. Although I know I won't die, the wait is still very scary. I wonder what will happen when the wait reaches the limit, and I'm close to death. Ling gritted his teeth and walked forward, muttering to himself. A person's physical strength was limited. It was the same even for gods. A god's physical strength seemed endless, but they rarely encountered external objects that pushed it to the limit. But, if one's physical strength reached the limit and exceeded the body's load, they might die. It was the same for both humans and gods. But yes, this was Guangqingzi's universe, and he could not let his disciple die. This created a situation where one's body reached the limit, but did not die. At that time, The only thing that supported one was willpower, perseverance, and patience. Pa, pa, pa. 2 hours later, Lin Ling continued to walk forward. His sweat fell like rain, and when it landed on the sacred mountain, it evaporated in an instant. Ever since he had become a deity, Lin Ling had rarely experienced such exhaustion. Even though he had panged his body, he still felt intense pain all over his body, as though countless ants were biting him. I estimate that the laws on my body have reached 700 to 800. Ling looked up and realized that he was getting closer to the peak. He gritted his teeth and continued to walk forward. And thus, he climbed to the top of the mountain, and a refreshing breeze welcomed him. The nomological laws that he had been carrying before immediately disappeared. His entire body felt incomparably comfortable. What about junior brother? In the distance, regardless of whether they were on the sacred mountain or the resting gods, all of them were shocked. Although Lin Ling had ascended the smallest sacred mountain, the time he took to do so was far too short, when even the heavens were not enough. No, that was because even half a day wasn't enough. One had to know that even the smallest divine mountain would require at least a year to reach the top. The longer ones would require 10 years, or even 100 years. After all, it would take a very long time to adapt to the laws, and the smallest divine mountain had around 900 laws, so it would take a long time to adapt to each law. Amazing! If this continues, junior brother will soon be able to carry several divine mountains on his back. Many people were happy for Lin Ling. No, at this moment, several harsh voices were heard. He's probably putting his life on the line. It's just that he climbed so quickly in the beginning. He's not familiar with the laws at all. After that, he couldn't even move on the second sacred mountain. Hee. Young people are always a little impulsive. Yes, he doesn't know that if he's not used to the laws, even if he carries 99 divine mountains, the results of his cultivation will disappear after leaving this place. What? That can happen? Junior brother, you don't know this. The universe we live in is very big, but there are stronger worlds above. You think you're invincible in this universe, but your strength will be halved in the higher universes. If you're not familiar with the laws here, even the power you cultivate will disappear after leaving this place. This is what Master told us unintentionally. I see. I really didn't know about this. The disciples discussed animatedly. The senior brothers even raised their chins, as if they knew more than the others, and were very proud. Look, junior brother is going to the second divine mountain. Suddenly someone shouted. On the top of the mountain, Lin Ling stood there. His originally carefree expression instantly became complicated. Because the laws that had disappeared before reappeared, like shackles on his body. He looked up and saw a huge divine mountain above his head. It was the divine mountain he had conquered before. Every time I conquer a divine mountain, the divine mountain will press down on me? Lin Ling smiled bitterly, and walked down towards the second divine mountain. Now that he had 1,000 laws on his back, his walking speed was even slower than before. But for some reason, it seemed that after conquering the first divine mountain, he felt a clear change in his body. Every great divine fetus seemed to be transforming. This undoubtedly gave Lin Ling motivation. At the foot of the second divine mountain, Lin Ling glanced at it, and buried his head in it. However, just as he stepped on it, he instantly felt that the laws on his body had increased by another 100. This 100 laws of nature. This junior brother has 900 laws on his back, and is actually planning to go to the second divine mountain. Can he persevere? Many people were attracted by Lin Ling, but no one knew that Lin Ling had 1,100 laws on his back, which was 200 more than the average person. This was clearly another test for Master Guangqing. After all, Master Guangqing knew of Lin Ling's strength, so he increased the difficulty. Lin Ling shouted. He continued forward, his clothes drenched in sweat. He could not use the power of divinity, so he could only rely on the toughness of his physical body. He could not even use the power of his physical body. The second divine mountain was even taller, and there were even more laws. That intense pain assaulted him once more. At the same time, Lin Ling's body transformed once more. He gritted his teeth and continued forward. The higher he went, the more laws there were. Unknowingly, he stepped onto the summit once more. His body instantly relaxed, and the feeling of weight disappeared. I'm up. Lin Ling let out a light breath and smiled. No. At this moment, no one was paying attention to him. In the eyes of the junior brothers, if Lin Ling wanted to reach the summit of the second divine mountain, it would definitely take a long time. But Lin Ling did not have time to be happy for long before the terrifying laws came suppressing him again. Although Lin Ling had long been mentally prepared and knew that the rest time after reaching the end was very short, when all the laws fell, he still felt like vomiting blood. While the laws on his body had reached 3,100, at the second divine mountain had 2,000 more laws than the first. Big brother Guangcheng. Lin Ling once again experienced the feeling of clearly dying, but not dying. Fight! He roared angrily. He had come back alive from the underworld. It was just a trial. Was it really difficult for him, Lin Ling? He walked down the divine mountain, heading towards the third divine mountain. Although the process seemed simple, only Lin Ling knew that he was facing the feeling of being on the verge of death. No. Yes, it should be the feeling of being on the verge of death. This feeling was undoubtedly very painful, just like when a person was sick. Chapter 52:11. In front of the third divine mountain, Lin Ling appeared. His entire body was covered in sweat. There were several times when he felt the urge to give up, but he endured it. This was because he discovered that the divine embryo was transforming once again. He looked up at the third divine mountain and took a step forward. At this moment, another 100 laws descended, suppressing his body. One had to know that he had yet to ascend the mountain. He instantly knew that this was an additional trial that Senior Guangqing had given him. Damn it! Lin Ling could only curse angrily. He gritted his teeth and continued onward. Just like that, amidst the pain and joy, Lin Ling continued to climb the divine mountains. As time passed, he was already carrying over 100 divine mountains behind him. As for the laws that were suppressed, Lin Ling himself was not clear. He only knew that as he continued to climb the divine mountains, his divine embryo continued to transform. Of course, his immunity to the universe's laws was also constantly increasing. Of course, compared to the constantly increasing laws, his immunity was still much slower. This caused him to repeatedly experience the feeling of impending death. Old brother Guangchengzi, I know that the trial isn't easy, but why did you give me extra materials? Do you really think that with my willpower and perseverance, I can really carry a divine mountain that's worth over 900 million? As he continued to climb, Lin Ling cursed inwardly. Although he knew that Guangqing was doing this for his own good, the feeling of impending death was truly uncomfortable. Look heavens, that junior brother is still climbing. It's been so long. How many divine mountains has he climbed? Could it be that he's made of iron? This is at least over 100. Someone suddenly saw Lin Ling and shouted loudly. This caused the disciples resting at the base of the divine mountain to be alarmed. They could see that there were layers upon layers of divine mountains on Lin Ling's body. It was a terrifying sight. As for the disciples who were still climbing, they trembled in fright when they saw this scene. Because of this carelessness, they failed and fell from the peak to the base of the mountain. Didn't he just arrive? Those confident senior brothers were all staring at him. Just arrive? And then carry over 100 divine mountains on his back? This number surpassed theirs. For a time, they were so ashamed that they wanted to crawl into a hole. Because of Lin Ling, the entire divine mountain became silent. As the main character, Lin Ling naturally didn't know the reactions of the disciples. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After all, they were only disciples of Master Guangqing. In terms of seniority, they had to call him martial uncle. Lin Ling was still climbing the mountain with all his might. Gradually, he surpassed another divine mountain. He was already numb, and his mind was blank. He was constantly reaching the limits of his body, and the feeling of his body on the verge of collapse made him forget the feeling of his body. That feeling was as if his body did not belong to him. This was also the first time Lin Ling had experienced such a feeling after becoming a deity. In the end, he continued to climb the mountain numbly. He didn't know how many mountains he was carrying on his back. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ling finally fell from the sacred mountain. 327 divine mountains. Many disciples were watching Lin Ling climb the mountain, their faces pale. They knew how great the pressure of carrying 327 sacred mountains in a short period of time was. After all, this was the result of others training here for thousands of years. Now that he failed and fell from the sacred mountain, not only did people not mock him, they even looked at him with admiration. Hurry and help that junior brother, someone shouted. However, Lin Ling, who fell from the sacred mountain, seemed to have entered a void and gradually disappeared. He left. What happened? Everyone was shocked. One of the senior brothers frowned and pondered for a moment before suddenly saying, "Master took him away." The moment they heard the two words master, many people revealed expressions of awe and deep envy. How long had that junior brother been here? He could meet master so soon. However, they didn't know that their so-called master was actually Lin Ling. He could meet him at any time. At this moment, on the 18 Dragon Mountains on the 6th level, a light suddenly appeared. Then a man fell. He was Lin Ling. Dragon stones were everywhere around him. They were sparkling and resplendent, and there were even 9 dragon stones among them. However, Lin Ling didn't wake up. He was still in a deep sleep. After experiencing countless life and death crises, his mind couldn't take it anymore, and he fainted. However, inside his body, his 8 dantians were undergoing a transformation. The lightning lock physique, human monarch's flame, twin dragon physique, hellish ghost hell physique, and many others were all transforming into a mutated divine physique. Originally, these talents had reached their limits, and it was very difficult to improve them. But in Guangqingzi's universe, they were changed. Guangqingzi used his supreme universe to change Lin Ling's fate. If he wanted to bring out the results after the change, it would depend on Lin Ling himself. He wanted to resist the laws of the Tao Pagoda, so he had to carry countless laws on his back to climb the mountain. And now, he had successfully brought out the results of his cultivation in Guangqingzi's universe. So many dragon stones. Suddenly, an exclamation was heard. An old man brought several disciples and accidentally barged in. After seeing the scene in front of them, they were all scared silly. Brother Chun. The disciples were so excited that they couldn't close their mouths. They weren't weak, and they were all early-stage deity realm universe giant gods. And that old man was even a middle-stage deity realm universe giant god. They had been walking in the 18 Dragon Mountains for many years, and had encountered dragon stones before. But this was the first time they had seen such a large area of dragon stones. This made them so happy that they almost forgot about themselves. Wait, there's someone. Suddenly, a woman looked at a corner and said, she saw a white-haired young man lying there. And at this moment, he was endlessly absorbing the surrounding dragon stones. How strange. He clearly fainted, but he's cultivating by himself. The old man called Brother Chen frowned. It's too dangerous for him to just lie there like this. The woman frowned. Forget it, it's fate that we met. Let's take care of him while we're at it. There are so many dragon stones here, enough for us to use. He can't absorb much. The old man called Brother Chen waved his hand, and then everyone excitedly started to collect the dragon stones. But they didn't see that although Lin Ling was lying there, his eyebrows moved slightly. In fact, he had already woken up. It was just that his body had been overloaded for too long, so he needed some time to recover. Most importantly, he found that his various divine embryos had all stepped into the ranks of deity bodies. Although they weren't powerful deity bodies, the foundation was enough for him to become much stronger. Moreover, after the birth of his deity body, his deity power was also increasing crazily. And what made him speechless was that because of the birth of his deity body, and the fact that he was in the land of dragon stones, his body was actually absorbing the dragon stones on its own and breaking through. It was precisely because he was close to breaking through that he didn't move. Fortunately, these people aren't so greedy. Otherwise, with my current strength, I'd definitely die. Chapter 52:12. However, it's better to hold on to my life. Lin Ling grasped the time to break through, and was very excited. The special training this time had shown its effects. His divine embryo had transformed into a godly body, and was close to breaking through. His divine energy would definitely increase greatly. Looking at the people around, he saw that the old man was leading the group to collect dragon stones, completely ignoring Lin Ling. Big brother, look. But at this moment, a large number of footsteps could be heard, following which, rays of light flowed, and a large number of people appeared in the surroundings. They stared at the resplendent dragon stones, and their expressions changed. These are dragon stones that were just born from the earth. They should have been buried for hundreds of millions of years. Now most of the dragon stones on the surface of the earth have been collected. These large quantities of dragon stones must have been dug out from the earth. We're rich. They were discussing spiritedly, ignoring the old man and the others. TSK, I even saw 9 dragon stones. A male who seemed to have a high status shouted. His body was flickering with 5-colored light, and he seemed to be extremely powerful. The old man and the others were shocked. Although they had guessed that the dragon stones here would be discovered soon, they did not expect it to be so fast. All of you get lost immediately. Put down the dragon stones under you. Suddenly a voice could be heard. The male who seemed to have a high status and was wearing a cloak said coldly. They had obviously discovered the old man and the others long ago. Seeing that there were not many of them, they naturally did not put them in their eyes. Furthermore, although the old man was a middle-stage deity universe giant god, there were several early-stage deity universe giant gods on their side. In terms of combat power, they were not weak. Put down the dragon stones. Didn't we waste our efforts to collect them previously? Everyone beside the old man was furious. According to the rules of the 18 Dragon Mountains, if the land of dragon stones was discovered, the strong could occupy it, and the weak could leave. However, there was always a way out. As long as the dragon stones were obtained by the weak, most of them would be taken away by them. Now these people had obviously violated the unwritten rules. This was greed. Your Excellency, that old man frowned and said, we are from the Nine Conch clan. The other party sneered and reported his origin. Sure enough, the old man they all were originally unresigned. But after hearing about the Nine Conch clan, their expressions clearly changed. The Nine Conch clan was one of the 6 levels 12 divine clans. Their strength was powerful, and their numbers were numerous. How could they be what they could provoke? It could be said that on the 6th level, even unknown itinerant cultivators would not dare to face the 12 god tribes head-on. And it was said that the 7th floor was even more exaggerated. If an unknown rogue cultivator appeared, the 12 god clans would join forces to obliterate them, proving that the latter half of the Dao Pagoda belonged to the god clan. I'll give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The reason it's the time it takes for an incense stick to burn is to give you time to hand over the dragon stone. Another voice came from the Nine Conch clan. The Protoss are indeed overbearing. Brother Chen, what should we do? A woman beside the old man said unwillingly. What else can we do? Take out all the dragon stones you obtained earlier. The old man sighed. The situation was beyond their control. They had no choice but to lower their heads. If you still have dragon stones after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, then don't blame us for being impolite. At this time, the Nine Conch clan's voice sounded out again. The old man and the others immediately widened their eyes. Although they had obtained some dragon stones here, they had quite a few dragon stones themselves. Now they had to hand them all over. This was too much. Your Excellency, it's not good to kill them all. The old man endured again and again, but now he could not hold it in anymore. There's only one incense stick of time. The other party ignored him and watched the flow of time. There's another person there. He's actually absorbing the dragon stones, and his speed isn't slow either. How greedy. Even when he's about to die, he still hasn't forgotten to steal our treasures. Suddenly, someone saw Lin Ling lying in the corner. Kill him. The man in the lead waved his hand. Wait, didn't you say there was still one incense stick of time? When the old man saw this, he could not bear it and hurriedly shouted. Although I gave you one incense stick of time, not only did that person not hand over the dragon stones, he continued to steal, so we killed him first. The Nine Conch clan's people replied expressionlessly. You guys are too despicable. You can have the dragon stones, but I won't let you kill him. The old man's anger towards the Nine Conch clan had reached its limit. He actually took the initiative to walk over to Lin Ling's side, wanting to protect Lin Ling. Brother Chun. The people behind him immediately shouted, but they also looked at the Nine Conch clan angrily and walked over to Lin Ling's side. Originally, they were already unhappy that they had occupied the land of dragon stones. The most despicable thing was that they had violated the unwritten rules and wanted to take back the dragon stones that they had obtained. They even wanted them to take out all the dragon stones that they had secretly hidden. This was simply going too far. They seemed to be helping Lin Ling, but in fact, they were expressing their dissatisfaction from another angle. Are you guys courting death? The man leading the Nine Conch clan laughed strangely. His expression was full of ridicule. It seems that you don't know the strength of my Nine Conch clan. Or rather, you guys don't know what kind of existence the Nine Conch clan is. We know what kind of existence the Nine Conch clan is, so we will hand over the dragon stones. But you should never have wanted our secret stash. Moreover, you killed people before the time was up. You have violated the taboo of the 18 Dragon Mountains. The old man had already arrived in front of Lin Ling, blocking him and shouting at the same time. At this moment, Lin Ling naturally knew what was happening outside. He was very surprised by the old man's decision, but he was also secretly grateful, because he had already reached the critical moment of his breakthrough. And he was just a little bit away from successfully breaking through. Originally, he had already planned to stop these people at the risk of failing his breakthrough. After all, although the breakthrough was crucial, his life was more important. Moreover, the people of the Nine Conch clan were not weak. They had a god-level middle-stage universe giant god, so he had no choice but to risk his life. As for Guang Qingzi and the others, they seemed to have disappeared without a trace, causing Lin Ling to have to rely on himself. Kill them. At this moment a loud shout was heard. The man leading the group could not be bothered to reason with them, and he directly started killing. They want to kill us before the time it takes to burn an incense stick is up? Brother Chen, I think they have no intention of letting us go at all. They want to kill us all. The people beside the old man all shouted coldly. They were all god-level universe giant gods, and they were usually proud and arrogant people. Now that they had been repeatedly humiliated, they were ready to risk everything. So what if they want to kill us all? A few figures immediately shot over, their speed as if they were traversing the universe. Powerful godly energy blasted over. Everyone be careful, the old man shouted. He also activated his godly energy, and a rope appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, he actually tied up one of the Nine Conch clan's gods. This rope was obviously extraordinary. It was a precious treasure that could even increase the old man's godly energy. You're courting death. The Tide God cursed, feeling that he had lost the face of the god clan. Chapter 52:13. Let me go, or all of you will die. The tied-up god was still cursing. The old man's eyes flashed, and he finally let go of the god. The Nine Conch clan was the overlord, so he did not dare to force them. Die. Unexpectedly, the moment the other party was freed, he immediately transformed into a huge conch shell. The conch shell blew out a gust of wind, and the power of the gods was incomparably terrifying as it rushed towards the old man. In the gust of wind, there was the sound of a tsunami, making people feel dizzy. Rumble! The gust of wind hit the old man, and he could not react for a moment. He could only resist with the rope, but he was still seriously injured. At his chest, his clothes were torn, and a conch shell mark appeared there, madly injuring the old man. Brother Chun! The others shouted and looked angrily at the god. Brother Chun had let him go, but who knew that this person would shamelessly sneak attack him? Haha, how can our Nine Conch clan be defeated so easily? I was just letting you go before. The god who attacked had a proud face, as if the previous sorry state had nothing to do with him. Hand over that trash. The others sneered. Dream on. Today we would rather die than retreat. Seeing this, Brother Chun gritted his teeth and gathered his power of the gods again, preparing for the next battle. His eyes gradually turned red as well. After all, he was a god of the era. When he was powerful, All the gods and demons dared not disrespect him. However, after coming to the second half of the Tao Pagoda, he did not seem like a person. Moreover, he knew that many people had the same thoughts as him. However, the gods were too powerful, and they could do nothing about it. It's not fun to die too quickly. Come, let's continue. The gods of the Nine Conch clan were not in a hurry to deal with them. They were like cats playing with mice. Rumble. They attacked repeatedly, and the power of the gods was like an ocean, crashing into the old man and the others. At first, the old man and the others could still resist and even counterattack, but they were still afraid of the gods and did not dare to kill them. After a few attacks, they gradually fell into a disadvantage. One side was restraining their attacks, while the other side was unscrupulous. Naturally, there was no way to fight such a battle. As for the Nine Conch gods who were watching from the sidelines, none of them made a move. It was as if they were letting the juniors of their clan practice their skills. After all, it was merely an early-stage deity realm universe giant god from the Nine Conch clan, while Brother Chen was a middle-stage deity realm universe giant god. Bang bang bang. After a few consecutive attacks, Brother Chen and the rest finally couldn't hold on any longer. They were heavily injured and crashed to the ground. Okay, Jiufeng, kill them. At this moment, the leading man from the Nine Conch clan spoke. Brother Chen and the others' faces were pale as they gritted their teeth. They were angry and hated themselves for being useless. After all, they could have killed the other party earlier, but because they had too many misgivings, they had held back. In the end, they had been suppressed. Ha. So a middle-stage deity giant cosmos god is actually so weak. This deity energy doesn't even reach 200 trillion. What a waste. The people from the Nine Conch clan were naturally laughing complacently. Moreover, their eyes were filled with killing intent. They wanted to kill Brother Chen and the others. Wait, however, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, causing everyone to be stunned. Then, they realized that it was the white-haired man, who was lying motionless on the ground. What do you have to say? The leading man from the Nine Conch clan immediately laughed. You're here for the Dragon Stone. Why do you want their lives? You're all deities, and it's not easy to cultivate. Why don't you let them go? Besides, I have a 9 Dragon Stone with me. Lin Ling's voice floated out. He had witnessed the battle between Brother Chen and the others, and he was actually very anxious. However, he was just a hair's breadth away from breaking through, so he had been holding back. 9 Dragon Stone. The people from the Nine Conch clan narrowed their eyes. This land of Dragonstone actually had a 9 Dragon Stone. However, this kind of treasure that required 9 dragon mountains to form was extremely rare. How could one satisfy them? Are you lying to me? The Nine Conch clan man's face darkened. Lying to you? Why would I lie to you? Lin Ling's voice floated out again. Besides, I have a secret to tell you. Regardless of whether you're lying to me or not, I know that you're on the verge of breaking through. So you're stalling for time, right? The Nine Conch clan man pondered for a moment, and immediately knew Lin Ling's idea. That's right. I'm indeed breaking through. And now I'm at the most critical moment. Lin Ling did not hide anything and continued. Most importantly, I have a big secret to tell you. Its value is definitely not lower than the 9 Dragon Stone. What secret? The other party asked. Because I'm not an ordinary person, but a very important person. I reckon that many of the 12 god clans are very interested in me. Lin Ling continued to stall for time. Haha, you're just a Saint Universe giant god. How important can you be? You're enough. Even if you're stalling for time, you should find a suitable excuse. Mocking laughter came from the Nine Conch clan. In fact, they all knew that Lin Ling was breaking through. But what was the use? After breaking through, he was still a saint. This did not pose a threat to them at all. Kill them. After that, the Nine Conch clan man became impatient. I can tell you that I'm Lin Ling from the battle in Purple Wind Cave not long ago. Lin Ling? You're Lin Ling. The Nine Conch clan originally wanted to kill Lin Ling and the others, but after hearing this, they obviously paused. Of course, their expressions were full of disbelief. After all, how could the rumored Lin Ling be so weak? He was only a saint. As far as they knew, There were countless great beings involved in the battle in Purple Wind Cave, including many middle-stage universe giant gods, the top 100 figures on the 6th level, and the overlord, White Mountain Buddha. But Lin Ling and the others still managed to escape unscathed, which proved that they were very powerful. Nonsense, kill them. The 9 Conch Clan man did not care about Lin Ling at all, and wanted to attack. Maybe you don't believe me, but I can tell you that in the battle that day, the Myriad Sea Clan sent Elder Wan. The Silver Moon Clan sent Yin Chuangyu. And Yin Chuangyu had god ancestor Silver Moon, White Mountain Buddha, and other gods. I know all the opponents. If you kill me, you'll be wasting your chance. If you hand me over alive, the great god clans will definitely reward you handsomely. Besides, I killed Yin Chuangyu, which forced the battle to stop. Aren't you curious about how I did it? Lin Ling's voice continued to float out, which made the 9 Conch Clan man stop in his tracks, and his eyes kept flashing. In fact, how could they not be curious? Even the entire 6th level was curious. Brother Chun and the others were also shocked. They were very curious about the origin of this white-haired man, and how powerful he was. Haha, kill him. But at this moment, a loud laugh interrupted everyone's shock. It was the leader of the 9 Conch clan. He laughed sarcastically and said, "Are you done with your bullsh*t? Let me tell you, I don't believe you're Lin Ling. You're just playing with us to buy time. Unfortunately, I'm not as stupid as you think." He was not fooled at all. Chapter 52:14. If you're Lin Ling, then I'm still the Grandmaster of Heaven. In his fury, a god from the 9 Conch clan roared and attacked, shooting toward Lin Ling. Get lost! Brother Chun and the others wanted to help, but they were all injured and sent flying backward. Run! They shouted anxiously, but they could only watch as Lin Ling was killed. The expert from the 9 Conch clan came from in front of Lin Ling, and his powerful divine power suppressed him. Kill those people too. The rest of you, collect the dragon stones. The leader of the 9 Conch clan shouted indifferently. He was already looking at the dragon stones, and a smile appeared on his face. This was an unexpected fortune. At the same time, Lin Ling opened his eyes, and they flickered like a powerful universe, causing the god who attacked to be in a daze for a moment. He felt as if he had entered a great universe, and could see the ancient 9 continents. This scene also disappeared instantly. Instead, he seemed to have appeared in an ancient underground palace. On both sides of the underground palace, countless corpses were lying there. There were corpses of divine beasts, ghost kings, and ancient giants. However, they were all dead. A staircase led to the top. The staircase was full of blood, as if it had been killed step by step. At the top of the staircase, a white-haired man stood there coldly with his hands behind his back. Who is it? The expert from the 9 Conch clan knew that it was fake, but he could not help but tremble. At this moment, the white-haired man slowly turned around, revealing a cold and emotionless expression. Plop! Even though he was from the 9 Conch clan, and had experienced countless life and death situations, the man was still affected. His whole body trembled violently. Of course, these illusions also disappeared quickly. The man from the 9 Conch clan still maintained his attacking posture, but there was a hint of fear on his face as he stared at the white-haired man lying on the ground. The killing illusions from before came from this white-haired man? However, he was only at the saint level. The man made up his mind. Now the brothers and sisters of the 9 Conch clan were all looking at him. How could he be merciful? Otherwise he would be laughed at. Moreover, everything he had seen before was definitely fake. Go to hell! He roared with a ferocious expression. Enough! At the same time, Lin Ling lightly spat out 2 words. Previously, he was just a split second away from breaking through. That was why he had erupted with his universe and soul force to affect this man. And now the breakthrough was complete. He didn't know what limit his strength had reached. However, all of his innate talents had entered the divine physique. And in addition to the breakthrough in cultivation level, the increase in divine power was definitely not weak. Panga's attack. Lin Ling also activated a powerful technique that allowed him to be immune to divine power. As for the man from the 9 Conch race, when his palm landed on Lin Ling's head, The sound of a tsunami could be heard, and all sorts of powerful and ancient auras were gushing out. He's dead. The man's smile became even more sinister. But the rest of the Nine Conch clan didn't pay attention to him at all. They were already collecting dragon stones. Only Brother Chun and the others were looking at Lin Ling, sighing and shaking their heads. You're the one who's ready to die. But at this moment, a cold voice that seemed to have come from the depths of hell was heard. Lin Ling stood up straight just like that. The man in front of him was still sneering, but his eyes were wide open. He was fine after taking a hit from him head-on. He suddenly thought of the terrifying scene he had seen before and gritted his teeth. Who are you? Lin Ling. Lin Ling spat out coldly as he slowly extended his palm. The strange thing was that his movements weren't fast, but the man felt that he couldn't resist. He could only watch as Lin Ling's palm grabbed at him. No. He struggled to shake his head. Bang! The hand grabbed the man's head and suddenly exploded, causing blood to splatter everywhere. No one except Brother Chun and the others saw this scene. They all opened their mouths wide. This white-haired man was so strong. One had to know that the god that was killed was a deity at the early stage of the universe giant god realm. They had always thought that this white-haired man was very weak, so they wanted to protect him. Nine Ascend's king, is it still not settled? At this moment a god from the Nine Conch race shouted. He was still collecting dragon stones on the ground. Bang! A silhouette suddenly appeared and grabbed his head with his palm. A powerful force erupted, and this deity's head exploded. After he died, his conch shells scattered all over the ground. What's going on? This time, many people sensed it. In fact, they were so strong that they could even detect the slightest movement. However, the person who attacked was too fast and stronger than them, causing two of them to die before they could react. Not good. Nine Ascend's king is dead, and Jiulu is also dead. When people saw the white-haired man, they all exclaimed. The leader of the Nine Conch race was collecting dragon stones. When he heard this, his pupils trembled, and he slowly turned around. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling stood there indifferently. His white hair was fluttering, and the killing intent on his body seemed to have solidified, rolling and surging. Now, he had already used the fusion talent and Panga's strike at the same time. He himself wasn't too sure how strong he was. After all, he had just broken through. But he was confident that no one present was a match for him. All of you must die, Lin Ling said coldly. You kill them. The gods of the Nine Conch race shouted. But Lin Ling didn't allow them to speak. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand, and a powerful killing intent erupted. Now, his eternal killing world divine embryo had transformed into a killing godly body. It was the same for all his other talents. Xiao. With one sword, the killing intent that had disappeared for many years filled the air. An early-stage deity cosmos giant god fell. Next, another one. Ever since stepping into the second half of the Dao Pagoda, Lin Ling rarely relied on the various divine embryos to fight. His killing intent seemed to have been sealed in ice. And now, this killing intent had transformed into a godly body, and once again descended into the world. My divine power was originally 8 trillion, but after the divine embryos transformed into godly bodies, it increased by 7 trillion, so it's now 15 trillion. But this isn't enough. Because my realm has broken through, my divine power is still increasing. Explode for me. Lin Ling was like layers of clouds being pushed aside, and the divine power hidden in his body crazily gushed out. After all, his foundation had increased twice in a row, and the divine power hidden in his body had multiplied. It would take some time to dig out and adapt. 25 trillion. In the end, Lin Ling shouted. His divine power had entered the ranks of 25 trillion, and after the fusion of talents, it was now in the ranks of 50 trillion. Of course, this divine power was not enough to obliterate early-stage universe giant gods. But other than his divine power, he also had a powerful fleshly body. Originally, his fleshly body had a strength of 100,000, but because of the upgrade of his godly body, it had undergone an earth-shaking change. His Panga body had become a 5-star. His fleshly body had increased to 15 trillion. A single Dan Panga's strike was 30 trillion. Adding up all his strength, it was 80 trillion. Although his strength was still a little lacking compared to the early-stage universe giant god strength of 100 trillion. But one had to know that Lin Ling's Panga body was stronger than the divine power, and it was immune to a small amount of divine power. If he used Panga's finger, his strength would increase by several times. Especially now that he had become a 5-star Pangu, this strength was even more obvious. Chapter 52:15. Peng. Blood blossomed, an endless godly energy poured out. Another god-level giant universe god was killed by Lin Ling. The ancient power dissipated at this moment. How can he be so strong? Brother Chun and the others witnessed this scene, and it was an eye-opener for them. This was the first time they saw such a heaven-defying giant universe god. So strong. The 9 Conch clan leader and the others were equally shocked. Now, other than the middle-stage giant universe gods, no one could stop that white-haired youth. Moreover, the white-haired youth's aura was very strange. It gave people the impression that his godly body was very powerful. But if they sensed it carefully, they would realize that there was more than one godly body. It was as though it was a combination of many powerful godly bodies. Stop him! The gods in the middle stage of the god class were all roaring. They used the universe and all sorts of powerful god skills to seal Lin Ling inside. However, Lin Ling's universe appeared and broke the seal. Once again, it was like a fish entering the sea, crazily slaughtering the early-stage deities. This is incredible. Could his godly energy have reached hundreds of trillions? Brother Chen and the others saw with their own eyes that Lin Ling's godly energy clashed with a god, and the one who was killed was that god. One had to know that this was a head-on clash. Brother Chen, he's so strong. Isn't it appropriate to bring him to that place? A woman beside him asked. Indeed, it's appropriate. However, it's hard to say whether he can survive this calamity. Brother Chen shook his head. Now that white-haired youth was only killing early-stage deities, and there were still a few middle-stage ones. This battle wouldn't end so easily. This brat is strange. Don't just watch anymore. Attack. Sure enough, the leading man shouted. Previously, they were all stunned by Lin Ling and were in a daze. Now that they reacted, they knew that if they didn't act now, they would all be wiped out. Brat, you're courting death. An old man with long dark green hair was the fastest. His arm suddenly transformed into a huge pincer and cut toward Lin Ling. This pincer seemed slow, but in fact, it carried the power of the universe, forcing Lin Ling to take it head-on and not retreat. You want to kill me? You're not enough. Lin Ling slashed out with his tyrannical song sword and displayed a martial art sword technique that he had cultivated before. However, after taking it head-on, Lin Ling was still forced back. The deity energy of a middle-stage deity giant cosmos god was too strong, and this was because Lin Ling had used Panga's strike and was immune to the divine power. Otherwise, even if he had broken through, he might not have been able to block that move. Hey, you got away. The old man sneered, and a cloud burst out from his body. He disappeared, and the crab pincer appeared again on Lin Ling's body, clamping down. With this clamp, it was not difficult to tear apart the universe. At the critical moment, Lin Ling roared and urged the universe to resist. Although these people were all middle-stage universe giant gods, they were still much weaker than Yin Chuangyu of the Silvermoon clan. That was why Lin Ling dared to use his universe to resist. Let's see how long you can last. I'll crush you even if you're in the universe. The old man laughed malevolently. He controlled the crab pincer and attacked Lin Ling's universe crazily. Lin Ling's universe was like an eggshell, protecting him within. Crab pincers were crazily attacking him from both sides, and Lin Ling could hear the sound of surging waves. Before you die, I'll just block it. Lin Ling used his universe to block the old man's attack. He activated all his strength and integrated it into his tyrannical song sword. Instead of retreating, he advanced and shot straight at the old man. What? The old man clearly did not expect Lin Ling to choose this kind of attack. His eyes focused, and the tip of the sword, which was surging with killing intent, condensed in his eyes. Not good. He shouted and retracted his strength, wanting to block Lin Ling's sword. Unfortunately, it was clearly too late. Lin Ling's sword pierced through the old man's head. Blood spurted out as the old man's head was pierced. Nine cool old man is also dead. Everyone's eyes focused, and their expressions changed drastically. Even a middle-stage deity giant god was no match for him? Die, you bastard! A middle-stage deity cosmos giant god seized the opportunity to attack. Universe 3 Extremes break. He originally thought that Lin Ling's failure was his best chance. But he did not know that Lin Ling still had a powerful soul technique. A large cosmic ray shot out. Although it could not kill the other party, it dealt a heavy blow to the other party's soul. Taking the opportunity, Lin Ling unleashed his full strength and attacked again. Then a rumbling sound could be heard. Another middle-stage deity giant god was killed. This time, the Nine Shells clan lost 2 middle-stage deities. They could not help but be solemn. Clearly, they did not expect a saint to be so powerful. Killing deities was as easy as chopping vegetables. So powerful, really powerful. Who is he? Brother Chen, and the others took in a breath of cold air. Then Brother Chen shouted, "Quick everyone, go and help kill the Nine Shells clan." Although they did not want to provoke the Nine Shells clan, this group of people wanted to kill them all. Therefore, they had no other choice at this time. At this moment, Lin Ling was already fighting the strongest deity. This deity's power had obviously exceeded 200 trillion units. Coupled with the cooperation of the others, Lin Ling was suppressed. Fortunately, Brother Chen and the others had also come to help. Although their help was not much, Lin Ling was powerful to begin with, and a small help was enough to turn the situation around. Nine Shell Shrimp King Array. Seeing that their attacks were not successful, the deities of the Nine Shells clan panicked. The man in the lead roared. From his body, billowing smoke spread out like countless tentacles, and pulled all the deities of the Nine Shells clan over. The deities let out painful cries as their bodies melted into the smoke. The billowing smoke spread out and became bigger and bigger. It was like a huge mountain, and within it, a pitch-black shadow was faintly discernible. It was as though a monster had descended. "Everyone be careful," Lin Ling reminded them. "Sir, why don't we escape?" Brother Chen said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling shook his head. "It's not easy to come across so many dragon stones. I can't give up." He did not expect to encounter such a fierce battle right after breaking through. Even if he used all his strength, he could not kill all of them. It seemed that the deity giant universe gods were indeed powerful. At this time, the clouds gradually dispersed, revealing a fiery red prawn. This prawn's shell seemed to be burning, and its 5 pairs of legs were like sharp blades on the ground. It was so huge that it was like an ancient city. To be able to force us to use this move, you'll die a worthy death. Moreover, the shrimp was speaking human language. Lin Ling sensed that this shrimp seemed to be the incarnation of the universe, making him feel that he could not defeat it. He guessed that this was the powerful godly body of the Nine Shells clan. In terms of power, it was probably a late-stage deity giant universe god. This kind of power could be considered an overlord of an era. The Nine Shells clan is indeed one of the 12 god clans. Even a random person has such a technique. Lin Ling's expression was solemn. He did not know if he could kill that shrimp if he used all his trump cards. Chapter 52:16. Cover. Brother Chen and the rest frowned when they heard Lin Ling's words. Now that they were planning to escape, what was the point of covering? 3 breaths is enough. I have the confidence to kill the Shrimp King. Is that okay? Lin Ling did not explain anything and said again, 3 breaths. Brother Chen and the rest looked at each other with hesitation in their eyes. Brother Chen, you make the decision, one of the girls said. Although it was dangerous to stay, with so many dragon stones here, they were unwilling to give it up. What's more, they had already offended the Nine Conch clan. Instead of fighting, it was better to resist. Okay, let's fight. Brother Chen had the same thought. Then, they all looked at Lin Ling. Okay, all of you work together and block it with all your strength. Remember, if your life is in danger, give up. Lin Ling reminded them, and mobilized all his strength. The power of faith appeared in his hand. Attack! Brother Chen shouted in a low voice. Their conversation seemed slow, but in fact, it did not last long. At this moment, the fog dispersed and the huge flaming Shrimp King appeared. It was mighty and domineering, like a space battleship. "All of you must die." The Shrimp King spoke in human language and laughed sinisterly. It wanted to kill Lin Ling and the rest. However, at this moment Brother Chun and the rest took the initiative to attack. They all burst out with powerful divine power and charged at the Shrimp King. Of course, with their strength, fighting against the Shrimp King was like a mantis blocking a car. The gap was too big. However, they were still confident that they could block it for 3 breaths. Of course, the premise was that the other party did not discover their intentions. You overestimate yourselves. Luckily, the Prawn King did not notice Brother Chun and the other's intention. Its giant pincers moved, and a terrifying power exploded. This was a simple movement, but it carried the most ancient power, as if it could split the heavens and earth apart. Rumble! All the divine power was shattered. Brother Chun and the rest's expression changed. It was too powerful. They did not even know if it was divine power, or some other kind of power. Poochie! The power came back in Brother Chun, and the rest vomited a mouthful of blood. It's up to him now. Their hopes were all on Lin Ling. However, they didn't run away. They were afraid that if they ran away, the Shrimp King's attention would fall on Lin Ling and delay the plan. "Little bastards, go to hell," the Prawn King said confidently. Then, with a swipe of its pincers, it charged towards Brother Chun and the rest. At this moment, the expressions of Brother Chun and the others changed drastically. They could not block this attack at all. They could only die. "Brother Chun, what should we do? Let's run." A man shouted anxiously. His eyes were red with anxiety. Elder Brother Chun's face was filled with anxiety as he racked his brain. This was the first time in his life that he had been thinking so quickly. "Brother Chun, quick, it's too late. Should we run or fight?" "Yeah, that guy is gone. We can't rely on him." The others became even more anxious and roared crazily. "Persevere." In a short moment, Brother Chun finally made his decision. He bet that Lin Ling would be able to kill the Shrimp King at the critical moment. "Ah, we're finished. Previously, when we worked together, even a deity realm middle stage universe giant god wouldn't dare to take it head on. But the Shrimp King broke through with one move. It's useless to rely on that guy. It's useless to shout now. We can't run anymore." Under the waves of curses, everyone's face turned pale. Previously, they still had a chance to escape. Of course, 1 or 2 of them would die along the way. But now that Brother Chun had made his decision, they couldn't leave. They could only live together or die together. "Stop talking nonsense. What's the use of complaining now? Besides, I don't intend to let anyone die. Otherwise, we'll all die together." Brother Chun roared. His eyes were bloodshot. "Ha ha ha. That huge Shrimp King was like an ancient universe." Seeing Brother Chun and the rest, he laughed contentedly. And his huge pincers were still clawing out, wanting to kill Brother Chun and the rest. At this moment, he didn't see that in his huge pincers, there was a figure shooting out at high speed. And that figure was Lin Ling. Using Brother Chun and the rest as bait, the Shrimp King indeed didn't notice Lin Ling, allowing Lin Ling to use the chaos to close in with the faith sword in his hand. "Right, there's still that person." At this moment the Shrimp King spoke. Of course, it seemed that he had only just started looking for Lin Ling. But in reality, the battle between Brother Chun and the rest hadn't even lasted for an incense stick's time. Suddenly he finally noticed Lin Ling. This was because a firefly's light was shooting over, and it was getting bigger and bigger. It felt like a meteor gliding through the universe. "You actually managed to rush in," the Shrimp King sneered. "But what's the use? How can my shell be broken by you? Even 10 of you won't be able to break it. Go to hell. Either you die or I die." Lin Ling seemed to be far away, but he had already rushed in front of the Shrimp King, and the faith sword ruthlessly slashed out. At this moment, Brother Chun and the rest also saw Lin Ling, and they all opened their mouths wide in shock. So this was Lin Ling's intention. This was crazy. With Lin Ling's strength, how could he shake the Shrimp King? If they had known that Lin Ling would make such a choice, they wouldn't have accompanied Lin Ling in his madness. Sigh. Brother Chun sighed. He had fought the Shrimp King before, so he knew what kind of strength the Shrimp King possessed. It seemed that he had overestimated Lin Ling. Haha, you want to kill me with just you? Let me tell you, my shell has condensed a supreme universe, and its defense is invincible. The Shrimp King didn't care about Lin Ling's sword. Instead, he wanted to kill Brother Chun and the rest, and then kill Lin Ling. Gotcha. But at this moment, a crisp sound could be heard, and time seemed to stop at this moment. The Shrimp King also stopped moving, because he could clearly sense that a mysterious power had cut off his universe, and even broke his incomparably hard shrimp shell. What kind of power is this? He looked at Lin Ling in shock, knowing that it was the power of that sword. It was just that he could not understand how a mere saint-level giant universe god could break through his defenses. Brother Chun and the rest closed their eyes, waiting for death. However, the cruel power they imagined didn't appear. They suddenly opened their eyes and realized that the huge pincers had stopped moving. They looked ahead and saw that the Shrimp King didn't move. Instead, sword marks appeared on its head and chest, and rolling clouds were pouring out. Hong! Then a deafening sound could be heard. The huge Shrimp King exploded, and countless corpses fell to the ground. They were the people from the Nine Conch clan. Dead. Brother Chun and the rest felt their hair stand on end. That white-haired man really killed the Shrimp King of the Nine Conch clan. Who exactly are you? The gods of the Nine Conch clan were all dead, and only the leader was lying on the ground, looking weakly at Lin Ling. Chapter 52:17. Then he secretly rejoiced. The gods of the Nine Conch clan were indeed powerful. If it weren't for the fact that this strange Shrimp King was fused with his divine body like a barrier array, he, Lin Ling, would not have been able to defeat him. Of course, Brother Chun and the rest were also very important in stalling for time. After all, if the Shrimp King attacked Lin Ling could only block it with the Sword of Faith. The power in the sword would be exhausted sooner or later. All in all, even if Lin Ling had broken through, it was only a narrow victory. The opponent lost because he was careless and underestimated the enemy. Lin Ling, so you're Lin Ling. The leader gritted his teeth and said. At this moment, he finally believed that the white-haired man was Lin Ling. After all, only such a legendary figure had the strength to kill him. It's a little too late to know now. Lin Ling slashed out and cut the leader in half. Then, he obtained a large number of dragon stones from his body. Everyone start collecting dragon stones. Then, Lin Ling looked at Brother Chun and the rest. Brother Chun and the rest were still in a daze. After all, the reality was too strange, so strange that it was unimaginable. Lin Ling, Brother Chun, he's Lin Ling. But soon a woman exclaimed, so it's Lin Ling. Brother Chun felt that everything was natural. One had to know that this was Lin Ling, a legendary figure who had escaped from several gods and a magnate on the 6th floor. And this was also a god who would definitely rush to the peak of the era in the future. It's an honor to meet you. Brother Chun walked over and said, it's just a false reputation. Lin Ling replied casually. He did not expect his name to be so famous on the 6th floor. By the way, Lin Ling, I have a request. I wonder if you can agree. Let's hear it. It's like this. The One-Tooth race is gathering experts to go to the dragon's tomb together. You're so strong. If you go together, you'll probably have a good harvest. Dragon's tomb? That's right, it's under the Dragon Mountain. After the conversation, Lin Ling was somewhat tempted, but he also smiled and said, Brother Chun, you should know that I'm now the enemy of all the major Protoss. If I casually join another Protoss, I'll probably be in great danger. Don't worry, we won't reveal your name. Brother Chun smiled. Lin Ling had gone through a lot with Brother Chun and the others, and he trusted their character. In the end, he nodded. Originally, he wanted to go back and find everyone, but thinking that Dragon's Tomb seemed to be a rare place, he did not want to miss it. Moreover, he guessed that perhaps his people also knew about Long Ling's news. Who entered Dragon's Tomb? Lin Ling asked. It's said that the upper echelons of the Celestials on the 6th floor will enter, but I don't know how many will enter. What's certain is that the top 100 on the 6th floor will definitely enter. Brother Chun said, what is the top 100? Lin Ling was curious. Now his strength was considered average on the 6th floor, so he should know about the top 100 on the 6th floor, and the upper echelons of the Celestials. Only then could he find a way to leave the 6th floor and dominate the 6th floor. If he could not dominate the 6th floor, then going to the 7th floor would probably be a dead end. After all, a lucky situation like last time did not happen every time. The so-called top 100 are actually the strongest 100 gods, excluding the upper echelons of the Celestials. Most of them are from the Celestials. Even if they are not from the Celestials, they have been recruited. Of course, there are also some lone cultivators, but each of them has a trump card to save their lives. Even if the upper echelons of the Celestials want to catch them, it's very difficult. Brother Chen explained. Lone cultivators are also in the top 100? Lin Ling was surprised. Yes, most of them have offended the Celestials and entered the Celestials' wanted list. There are a total of 91 people on the wanted list, and more than half of them are in the top 100. Oh right, Yin Chuangyu, who you killed last time, was also in the top 100 on the 6th floor. Behind Brother Chen, a woman explained with a smile. Looking at her, she seemed to admire Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded immediately, then said, "Let's collect the dragon stones first." Everyone got busy and collected the dragon stones around them one by one. There were a lot of dragon stones, so everyone got quite a lot and was in a good mood. Originally, with so many dragon stones, Brother Chen and the rest should not have gone to the dragon's tomb. After all, these dragon stones were enough for them to cultivate for a long time. However, it was said that there were even rarer dragon stones in the dragon's tomb, such as the 9 dragon stone. Therefore, they did not want to miss the opportunity. After all, with so many people going to the dragon's tomb, the enemy might not target them. Okay, the dragon stones are collected. After a long time, Lin Ling looked at Brother Chen and the rest. He also had a great harvest. Unfortunately, all of his divine fetuses had turned into divine bodies, and the cultivation resources he needed had increased exponentially. Therefore, he needed more dragon stones. Can we set off now? Brother Chen asked for Lin Ling's opinion again. After seeing Lin Ling nod, he finally led the group forward. Along the way, Brother Chen took out a voice transmission talisman, as if he was looking for a friend. After a full day, a team finally appeared in front of them. This team had 15 people, and all of them were in the divine realm. Of course, the strongest was about the same as Brother Chen. Most importantly, they were not from the divine realm. Lin Ling followed Brother Chen and looked around. He was secretly amazed by the size of the 18 Dragon Mountains. Most importantly, the 18 Dragon Mountains was only one of the strongest forbidden areas on the 6th level. From this, it could be seen how big the 6th level was. Probably hundreds of Jojo continent could not compare to this place. Brother Chen, you guys? A bald old man walked over from the opposite side. He wore cotton clothes and looked like a farmer. Old Lai, we also want to go to the dragon's tomb. Brother Chen went straight to the point. It could be seen that he and the old man were old friends. Good, many hands make light work. The bald old man did not refuse. Instead, he was very happy. Wait, Tiger Mark, ancient god Lai Wuxiang. Did you ask us before letting them join? Suddenly, the dozen people walked over. Among them, a god wearing a gorgeous official robe and a jade crown frowned. From the looks of it, he seemed to be a god from the era of the gods. Master Lu Wen, why can't they join? The bald old man's face darkened. I was the one who called all of you here. Since you can join, why can't they? Don't make a mistake about who is the leader and who is the assistant. It was obvious that the bald old man was the one who had recommended them. Sure enough, the dozen people frowned and did not say anything. They did not want too many people to join, because they were afraid that others would steal their harvest. The bald old man had explained to them that there were many dragon stones in the dragon's tomb. They did not need to worry about not having enough dragon stones, but they were afraid that they would be too weak to bring them out. However, they did not believe him at all. After all, dragon stones were the rarest in the 18 Dragon Mountains. For dragon stones, they would do anything. You let some random people join. Be careful that they don't kill you. However, this has nothing to do with me. You can do whatever you want. The man in the official robe said sarcastically. He stared at Lin Ling obviously. He could see that Lin Ling was only a sage. Naturally, he was disdainful. Brother Chen and the others were angry. These people were not gods, but they spoke so arrogantly. Ignore them. Chapter 52:18. Lin Ling glanced at the bald old man. Seeing that he was easy to talk to, he followed the group. Old Chen, the current era can't be compared to our era. Back then, the divine realm was happy and harmonious. You would visit me, and I would visit you. How could there be the intrigue now? Look at my hair. It's because of the current era. While moving forward, the bald old man was chatting with Brother Chen and the others. Brother Chen and the others looked at the bald old man strangely. This had seemed to have been bald for a long time. The times have changed. In the past, the divine realm looked at official positions. Everything was supported by the heavenly court. If one was strong and didn't have a high official position, one wouldn't dare to provoke others. If others had a higher official position than you, even if they couldn't touch you, the heavenly court would make a move. Brother Chen sighed. Lin Ling could tell that they were from the era of the gods, and this was extremely rare. After all, in the second half of the Tao Pagoda, most of the gods were from the desolate era. And in the era of the gods, there was the heavenly court, and official positions were indeed the most important. This little brother looks unfamiliar. Are you also from the era of the gods? After a conversation, the bald old man suddenly looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Senior, I'm not from the era of the gods. Lin Ling smiled and replied, I'm from the current era. Current era? The bald old man's eyes widened. A current god represented the latest era, and he could enter the second half of the Tao Pagoda? Although he also knew that there were many current gods, most of them were now in the Tao realm. Amazing, amazing. Little brother, you were probably an extraordinary person in your previous life. The bald old man continued. However, your hair is white, but it doesn't lose its luster. It's really beautiful. Back then, I had the same thick hair as you. Back then, when I had a lot of hair, I would change my hairstyle every day. That was really great. Lin Ling was speechless. Why was this bald old man envious of his hair? Brother Chen and the others were also speechless. If they remembered correctly, in the era of the gods, this old man was bald. Where did his hair come from? After chatting for a while, they became familiar with each other. Lin Ling also learned many ancient myths and legends from them. He had to admit that although these people's strength was ordinary, their knowledge and experience were not low at all. They knew a thing or two about the legends of the universe. That old man Lai is not giving us any face at all. At the front, the dozen or so people were also talking. That's Brother Chen and the others. I've heard of their names before. Their strength can be considered passable, but they aren't that powerful. As for that white-haired man, I've never seen him before. However, I'm guessing that he's a burden or something. If we enter the dragon tomb and obtain the dragon stone, that fellow will definitely want a share of it. Master Lu Wen, we've seen too many of such situations. Don't worry, he wants to make up the numbers. Does he really think that others are fools? Someone will definitely teach him a lesson. The more they spoke, the angrier they became. They felt that Lin Ling was just a scapegoat that Brother Chen and the others had found. That old man Lai is really muddle-headed. No wonder he's bald. In the end, they were also complaining about the bald old man. Wait, Master Lu Wen, look. After walking for an unknown period of time, suddenly, a faint light came from the side of the road. Rhythm hunting silk. One of the gods pondered for a moment, and his face was instantly filled with joy. The rhythm hunting silk was an extremely rare treasure. Although it could not be compared to the dragon stone that could improve one's cultivation, it could improve one's divine body's aptitude, and even one's soul power. It could even improve the universe. This was because this was a type of spider silk that was tough and stable. After refining it, it would naturally make one's divine body and the universe tougher. It's a huge piece. They immediately entered along the side of the road. Then in a forest, they saw a large piece of rhythm hunting silk. This piece of rhythm hunting silk was about 5 meters long. It was a piece of white spider silk, that was used to bind insects and demonic beasts. However, they did not dare to get too close, because the rhythm-hunting divine spider was not to be underestimated. It was highly poisonous. Moreover, this poison could ignore the protection of the divine power and the universe, making it extremely difficult to deal with. There was once a god who was poisoned by this poison and was in a coma for 3,000 years. Later on, a powerful god used his physical body to transmit the poison and neutralize the poison. The poison was transmitted to the powerful god, but his physical body was strong. Not only was he not injured, but he even used this opportunity to temper his physical body. However, how many gods in this era had powerful physical bodies? Apart from the most ancient primordial era, the majority of gods cultivated the power of gods. Moreover, the rhythm-hunting silk is extremely tough. It will definitely take a lot of time to cut it down. Master Lu Wen continued. Of course, it would be great if someone could lure the rhythm-hunting divine spider away. Master Lu Wen, look at them. Suddenly, someone looked behind and said sinisterly. Master Lu Wen immediately smiled. This was a good idea. At this moment, the bald old man led the group into the forest. After all, Master Lu Wen and the others had disappeared. They thought that something big had happened. Then they saw the white spider silk from afar. Rhythm-hunting silk. The bald old man exclaimed. Lower your voice. Brother Chen whispered and then licked his lips. The rhythm-hunting silk was a precious treasure. Not only could it strengthen the universe, but it could also heal injuries. It was rare. What's the rhythm-hunting silk? The men and women behind him were curious. Brother Chen immediately explained, so that everyone gradually understood. However, when he talked about the rhythm-hunting divine spider, his face was still solemn. Lin Ling was not very familiar with these ancient divine objects. But when he saw that Brother Chen and the others were familiar with them, and mentioned the characteristics of the rhythm-hunting divine spider, he smiled. It was not afraid of the divine power or the universe's power, but it was ineffective against the physical body. In that case, he was not afraid of the rhythm-hunting divine spider. Of course, to be careful, Lin Ling still checked carefully. All he saw was a large ball of white spider silk in front of him, but there was no charming divine spider in sight. It was only after Lin Ling took a closer look that he realized that the charming divine spider was hiding in the spider web, as if it was waiting for him. It was only the size of a thumb, and its aura was extremely strange. Moreover, although the spider silk looked huge, it did not have any aura. It could only be seen with the naked eye. Otherwise, it would be difficult to detect it. What a sinister spider! Lin Ling was secretly shocked. If a divine beast or a deity accidentally touched the spider silk, it would trigger the rhythm-hunting divine spider's attack. As long as the venom was injected, the deity would fall into a deep sleep and be slowly eaten by the rhythm-hunting divine spider. Old lie, that's the rhythm-hunting silk. It's extremely rare. Why don't we work together to get it? At this time, Master Lu Wen walked over and said with a smile. Sure. The bald old man nodded immediately. However, the rhythm-hunting divine spider must be hiding in there. That poisonous thing is very strange and difficult to detect. We have to think of a way to deal with it. Master Lu Wen said again. He suddenly looked at Lin Ling and said, How about this? Let him attract the rhythm-hunting divine spider, while we attack from the side. What? Chapter 52:19. What nonsense are you talking about? Brother Chen immediately rebuked. He's the weakest here, and we've been protecting him all this while. It's normal for him to contribute. Master Lu Wen said matter-of-factly. That's right. He can't possibly just be here to make up the numbers, right? He's only thinking about benefits and not contributing anything. If he obtains dragon stones, he'll get a share without doing anything. That's too unfair. I think so too. The gods beside Master Lu Wen also spoke in a sarcastic tone. You guys are shameless. Brother Chen was furious. How long has it been? You guys are already protecting him? We didn't encounter anything. As for dragon stones, do you think he's lacking in them? He knew that they'd just obtained a large amount of dragon stones not long ago. If it was a small amount, Lin Ling wouldn't care at all. Taking a step back, if there was any danger, Lin Ling and the others should be the ones protecting them. Do you think we won't protect him just because you say so? If you let him try walking here alone, he'll probably be eaten by the divine beasts. The divine beasts don't dare to appear, because we have so many people. From another perspective, this is also the reason why we're protecting him. Master Lu Wen spoke in disdain. He then looked at the bald old man. Old Lai, you're the leader. You say it. That bald old man was in a difficult position. Although he didn't want Lin Ling to test the waters, Master Lu Wen and the others had a point. If they were just here to make up the numbers and share the benefits, others would definitely be unhappy. Alright, stop arguing. At this moment, Lin Ling suddenly spoke and interrupted everyone. How about this? I can go, but I'll be the one to distribute the charm hunting silk. Sure. Master Lu Wen and the others smiled, not taking Lin Ling's words to heart. Little brother. The bald old man frowned and looked at Lin Ling, somewhat worried. Don't worry. Lin Ling nodded and walked toward the charm hunting silk. Old Chen, do you need help? He's alone. If something happens to him, it'll be troublesome. None of us here can save him. The bald old man looked at Brother Chen and said. Brother Chen frowned, but when he thought of Lin Ling's strength, he comforted him. Don't worry, little Lin isn't an impulsive person. He definitely has his ways. Although he said that, in reality, he wasn't confident at all. At this moment, Lin Ling was walking towards the spider web in the forest. His soul force acutely sensed that there were a lot of spider webs that he could see, but there were also a lot that he couldn't see. As long as he made contact with the spider webs, the rhythmic divine spider would definitely sense it. Sure enough, when Lin Ling touched a blade of grass beside his feet, the seductive divine spider woke up. However, Lin Ling continued to move forward as if he hadn't heard anything. Get ready, everyone. Master Lu Wen and the others secretly transmitted their voices to each other. As long as Lin Ling was hit, the rhythmic hunting divine spider would definitely pay attention to Lin Ling. This would be their chance to strike. Bang! At this time, a loud explosion sounded. Then the spider web trembled. Then, something the size of a mung bean smashed onto the spider web and grew bigger. The rhythmic hunting divine spider, that was the size of a mung bean, suddenly grew to the size of a calf. What happened? Everyone was shocked. Could it be that the rhythmic hunting divine spider has already attacked, but that little brother blocked it? The bald old man said solemnly. Are you kidding me? Master Lu Wen was in disbelief. The rhythmic hunting divine spider's attack is stealthy. How could that kid detect it? Even if he could, how could he block it? One must know that the rhythmic hunting divine spider can ignore the divine energy and poison the divine body directly. Then how do you explain the situation in front of us? Brother Chen was dissatisfied, but Master Lu Wen and the others couldn't refute him. At this time, Lin Ling was looking at the rhythmic hunting divine spider indifferently. In fact, he had already been attacked by the rhythmic hunting divine spider once, but his physique was strong enough to block the poisonous needle. In fact, Lin Ling's physique was very sensitive. When the poisonous needle was close to him, he sensed it. Moreover, Lin Ling knew that the rhythmic hunting divine spider must have sensed the power of Lin Ling's physique. As expected, when Lin Ling took a step forward, the giant rhythmic hunting divine spider took a step back. What the hell? This scene shocked everyone once again. In their eyes, Lin Ling kept walking forward while the rhythmic hunting divine spider kept retreating. In fact, they didn't know that the rhythmic hunting divine spider had indeed sensed Lin Ling's panga body and knew that its poison was ineffective against him. When Lin Ling saw that the rhythmic hunting divine spider didn't dare to provoke him, the power of faith appeared in his palm and gathered on his finger. Then, he made a light slash. The tough spider silk was severed, and Lin Ling collected it. During this process, the rhythmic hunting divine spider didn't dare to move at all. This caused Master Lu Wen and the others to be suspicious. Could it be that this was a fake rhythmic hunting divine spider? Or did the rhythmic hunting divine spider just happen to have no more poison in it? The giant spider webs were collected by Lin Ling one by one. When the last spider web was about to be collected, the rhythmic hunting divine spider seemed to have lost its patience. Its 8 legs moved, and it pounced on Lin Ling, attacking again. It's attacking. When Master Lu Wen and the others saw this, they were all overjoyed. For some reason, they didn't want to see Lin Ling succeed. Perhaps they felt that it was a humiliation for a mere saint to be able to ignore the rhythmic hunting divine spider. Scram! Lin Ling stopped and looked up abruptly. His body looked thin and not very tall, but there seemed to be a huge shadow behind him. This was the Panga tribe. The majestic giant held a huge sky-splitting axe. His head reached the sky, and his feet stepped on the ground, tearing the universe apart. An invisible aura surged out, and the rhythmic hunting divine spider let out a shrill cry. Its body suddenly shrank, smashed into the ground, and then disappeared. It ran away. Obviously, the rhythmic hunting divine spider could also sense that this mysterious white-haired man was its nemesis. Lin Ling immediately put away the rhythmic hunting divine spider web. Then he walked back. At this moment, Brother Chun and the others were still in a daze. The bald old man was shocked for a long time before he said with a wry smile, "It seems that having hair is awesome. Take this, it's yours." Lin Ling took out the spider web, cut it with the power of faith, and then distributed it to everyone. Moreover, the rhythmic hunting divine spider web was very useful to Lin Ling. If he refined it, it could greatly enhance his physical body, universe power, and soul. Wait, what about us? Master Lu Wen saw that Brother Chun and the others each had one, but Lin Ling ignored them, and they were instantly displeased. Take it, it's yours. Lin Ling also handed over a spider web. 1. Master Lu Wen and the others stared and said coldly, "There are more than a dozen of us, and you only gave us one? The main thing is that you discovered the rhythmic hunting divine spider web, so you got one. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a single one." Lin Ling said matter-of-factly, "Are you toying with us?" Master Lu Wen and the others were furious. No. Chapter 52:20. Master Lu Wen and the rest were stunned. They had indeed said that before, but they hadn't expected Lin Ling to succeed. Not bad, not bad. I heard it too. Ha ha ha, you can't go back on your words. That bald old man was even happier than the rest. Really? Master Lu Wen's expression sank. Why didn't I hear it? Did you guys hear it? Nope. I didn't hear it either. They are probably framing us. The rest were filled with righteous indignation. Brother Chun, the bald old man and the rest glared. Master Lu Wen and the rest were really going back on their words. Did they still have any shame? Give us the hunting charm silk. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Master Lu Wen stared coldly at Lin Ling. Let me give you a reminder. If you are shameless, the price you have to pay is not small. Lin Ling sneered. What price? You want to covet our things? You think you are in the right? Master Lu Wen gave a signal with his eyes, and a deity giant universe god beside him made the first move. Pung. However, before he could get close to Lin Ling activated Lin Ling universe. Together with Panga's body, that deity felt as though he had crashed into a wall. Lin Ling stretched out his hand and grabbed that deity's neck before he could retreat. Pung. He then smashed the ground, and that deity fainted from the powerful force. The faces of Master Lu Wen and the others darkened. They were shocked. Lin Ling was merely a saint-level giant universe god, yet he had defeated a deity-level giant universe god. At this moment, fear and regret rose in their hearts. After all, this Lin Ling was so strong that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. If they had known this would happen, they would have talked nicely. Of course, now that things had come to this, there was no point in regretting. This Xiaoyang mirror god is my man. You are not giving me face by grabbing him like this. Master Lu Wen said coldly. So what if I don't give him face? What can you do? Lin Ling's expression didn't change as he narrowed his eyes. Nothing. Grandmaster Lu Wen was enraged. Countless thumb-sized stars revolved around his body. There were so many of them that they looked like flying bugs. Of course, if one were to look carefully, Master Lu Wen was like a universe with all the stars revolving around him. When I catch you, you'll know what you've done wrong. He attacked Lin Ling, and the densely packed stars all shot towards Lin Ling. What was even more terrifying was that these stars were showing signs of enlarging. You are not qualified to instruct me. Lin Ling held the Shaoyang mirror god in one hand and punched out with the other. Innate talent fusion, his basic strength erupted. Crash. Space exploded, as if the most ancient deities were colliding, shattering the sun, moon, and stars. Lin Ling's punch was like a gale, blowing away all the stars, and then heavily landing on Master Lu Wen's chest, causing him to groan and continuously retreat. Every time he retreated, the earth would explode under his feet. After retreating for a dozen steps, he finally stopped. Lin Ling was inwardly shocked. His previous punch, other than not using his trump card, contained his full strength. However, it only made Master Lu Wen retreat a dozen steps. It seemed that even though he had broken through, his strength wasn't enough to suppress a deity middle-stage cosmos giant god. Of course, compared to Lin Ling, the others were shocked. Other than Brother Chun and the rest, everyone was in disbelief. After all, this white-haired male was only a saint. Damn, is everyone with hair so fierce? That bald old man, Old Lai, cried out in surprise as he pulled Brother Chun back. Brother Chun faintly smiled. If he wasn't strong, would I dare to bring him here? After saying this, he felt his face grow. After all, he was the one who brought Lin Ling here. Master Lu Wen. Everyone shouted in unison, and someone even went to support Master Lu Wen. Master Lu Wen's face was ashen as he looked deeply at Lin Ling. You hid your strength very well. You actually managed to force me back with just the strength of a saint. Do you still want to try? Lin Ling said indifferently as he threw the person in his hand over. If you want to try again, I'll accompany you. If not, scram. I'll remember you. Let's go. Master Lu Wen knew that he was slightly injured. In addition, he couldn't see through Lin Ling's strength, so he didn't act rashly. Don't remember me for too long. Farewell, I won't send you off. Lin Ling also left these words for Master Lu Wen, and the rest as he watched them leave with their tails between their legs. TSK, having hair is indeed amazing. After they left, that bald old man walked over with a face full of surprise. What does this have to do with hair? Lin Ling was speechless. This old man seemed to envy others for having hair. In any case, he was a god. If he wanted to have hair, wouldn't it be as easy as flipping his hand? Of course it has nothing to do with it. No, it has something to do with it. People with hair are handsome when they fight, unlike us baldies. Even if we win, it won't be a glorious victory. The old man kept staring at Lin Ling's hair as he spoke. What us? It's you. We aren't baldies. Brother Chen immediately scolded with a smile. Lin Ling looked at them talking, and felt a warm feeling in his heart. Since entering the Dao Pagoda, he had only seen slaughter. It was rare to see a scene of old friends talking like this. This reminded him of the time when he was in the void of the 9 prefectures. At that time he hadn't become a god, but he had many friends. Brother Chen suddenly thought of something and said worriedly, that Master Lu Wen and the rest actually left. They are so stingy. I guess they won't let us off. So what if you have hair? The old man's words made them speechless. He said coldly, the 6th floor is so big. This time they left. Whether we can see them again is a problem. Even if we see them again, we aren't afraid of them. Lin Ling heard the old man's words and couldn't help but feel shocked. He checked and found that the old man was the same as Brother Chen. They were both middle-stage universe giant gods. Of course, there were strong and weak deities. Without making a move, Lin Ling wasn't sure of the old man's strength. Moreover, without my recommendation, they can't find the One-Tooth Clan. The old man said confidently. Hearing this, Brother Chun and the rest finally relaxed and continued on their way. At this moment, Master Lu Wen was cursing angrily and walking along the road. Master Lu Wen, without this old man leading the way, how can we find the One-Tooth Clan? Even if we find the One-Tooth Clan, will they want us? This old man is the one who recommended them. Forget it. At most, we won't go to the dragon's tomb. I don't believe that there are so many dragon stones in the 18 Dragon Mountains. Apart from the dragon's tomb, we can't find any other place. That's right. Wait until our deity energy increases. When we see them again, we will kill them sooner or later. Master Lu Wen and the rest talked as they walked. They couldn't suppress the anger in their hearts. Chapter 52:21. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Since when did this place become so lively? Let's go and take a look. Curious, they walked toward the town and realized that the number of powerful gods gathered in the town exceeded their expectations. Moreover, the town was controlled by the Tooth Race. The Tooth Race was one of the 12 races. How could they offend them? Master Lu Wen, this must be some secret base. We accidentally trespassed here. I'm afraid it'll be troublesome. One of them said nervously. The gods were the overlords of the 6th level. Sometimes they didn't need a reason to kill. Let's go. Master Lu Wen's expression changed as he wanted to leave this troublesome place. Wait, who are you? However, just as they turned around, a large number of gods from the Tooth Race walked toward them. The man in the lead looked refined, but his aura was otherworldly, giving off the vibe of a king. We came here because of your reputation. Master Lu Wen's eyes flickered as he quickly smiled. You came here because of my reputation? May I know which camp you are from? The man sized up Master Lu Wen and the others. Seeing that they were quite strong, but they weren't from the gods, he let down his guard. Could you be from Lin Ling's side? The man guessed. After all, the strongest force in the vicinity was Lin Ling's side. Lin Ling. Master Lu Wen's heart sank. He suddenly recalled the battle in the Purple Wind Cave not long ago. Lin Ling had summoned the gods to fight against the 2 great races, which had shaken the 6th level. Now Lin Ling could be considered one of the strongest forces on the 6th level below the gods. He was also considered the overlord of the itinerant cultivator camp. That's right. We are all from Lin Ling's side. Master Lu Wen immediately smiled and said, Lin Ling has Lei Gong under him. We are all from Lei Gong's side. Lei Gong. When the gods of the Tooth Race heard this, they all smiled politely. After all, their Wunfeng clan had wanted to form an alliance with Lin Ling for a long time. It was just that the Wunfeng clan did not know who Lin Ling was, so this matter was delayed. Speaking of which, the person in the One-Tooth clan, who was most familiar with Lin Ling, was none other than the palace master of the Taoist Divine Palace, in the City of Destiny. Back then, Lin Ling had participated in the Taoist Divine City's luck competition, and obtained first place. The Taoist Palace Master had even spoken a few words to Lin Ling, and the Palace Master's daughter liked Lin Ling. Since you're Lin Ling's people, then you're an honored guest. Come. That man immediately said happily and very politely welcomed Master Lu Wen and the others into the small town. Everyone come over here. These are Lin Ling's people. After entering the town, the man shouted again, causing a large number of gods in the town to look at Great Master Lu Wen and the others. Subsequently, many people bowed slightly to Master Lu Wen and the others. There were quite a number of gods present, and there were even more powerful ones, but they were all bowing to Master Lu Wen and the others, which immediately made them feel overwhelmed by the favor. Although Master Lu Wen was a middle-stage universe giant god, his reputation was small, and his strength was also very ordinary. When had he ever received such treatment? It could be said that gods from the era of the gods did not have any status in the latter half of the Tao Pagoda. It's just a fluke. Master Lu Wen immediately waved his hand. The person behind him was also very happy. Like a senior or a god with a very high status, he waved his hand to the crowd. How is it a fluke? In the Battle of the Purple Wind Cave, 2 great god clans were forced to flee. This battle has already shaken the 6th floor. Your leader, Lin Ling, is now a rare rogue cultivator on the 6th floor, who dares to go against the god clan. That's right, this is also our pride and honor. The god clan has dominated the 6th floor for many years, and now there are many who dare to go against the god clan. This is everyone's idol. People spoke one after another. They had all joined the One-Tooth Clan, but they had all been bullied by other god clans in the past, so they were very unhappy with those tyrannical god clans. Haha, undeserved reputation, undeserved reputation. Master Lu Wen's face was red with excitement, as if he had really done something big. In a few days, Palace Master Wu Dao will come. He is the only one in our One-Tooth Clan who is familiar with leader Lin Ling. If he knows that you have joined us, he will definitely be very happy. The man from before was also very polite to Master Lu Wen. Palace Master Wu Dao, Master Lu Wen and the others panicked. After all, they were all fakes who borrowed the reputation of others. If they were seen through by Palace Master Wu Dao, it would be troublesome. In fact, Palace Master Wu Dao is not familiar with Lin Ling, but they have exchanged a few words. Oh right, I heard that in the City of Fortune, Lin Ling went to Palace Master Wu Dao to participate in the fortune competition and won first place. That man continued. Hearing this, Master Lu Wen and the others finally relaxed. It was good that they were not familiar with each other. This meant that even if they were fakes, the other party might not be able to recognize them. Good. I will represent the leader to welcome Palace Master Wu Dao. Master Lu Wen smiled faintly and said, By the way, are you going to Dragon's Tomb? Of course, Dragon's Tomb is now being targeted by several god clans. Our One-Tooth Clan does not have many powerful gods left on the 6th floor, so we are looking for help. Your leader Lin Ling is one of them. I hope he can join us. The man smiled and said, However, Lin Ling's people are scattered in the 18 Dragon Mountains. It is the most difficult to find people in the 18 Dragon Mountains. We are not afraid of you laughing at us, but until now, we have not seen a single person from Lin Ling. You are the first batch. Speaking of this, his expression was obviously relaxed. It was as if being able to find Lin Ling's people was a great luck. He had also completed his task. This also made Master Lu Wen and the others feel that their face was lifted. In the Dao Tower, this was the first time they were valued so much. Don't worry, we will talk to leader Lin Ling and let our people join Dragon's Tomb. Master Lu Wen patted his chest and said, That's great, thank you. The One-Tooth Clan people were very excited. They had already treated Master Lu Wen and the others as honored guests. That night, the town also held a banquet to warmly welcome Master Lu Wen and the others. They even let Master Lu Wen and the others sit at the head of the banquet. Looking at the numerous gods giving him face, Master Lu Wen felt as if he had done something great. He felt as if he had returned to the era of gods. In the end, he had already regarded himself as the master of the town. If he said one, no one would dare to say two. During this process, the town also had people joining them one after another. After knowing that Master Lu Wen and the others were Lin Ling's people, they were also in awe of them. However, on the third day, a few people finally came from afar. The person in the lead was the bald old man. At this moment, Master Lu Wen and the others were casually walking around the town. Suddenly, they saw the bald old man and the others coming from afar. Master Lu Wen, look. Haha, it's Old Lai and the others. There's also that white-haired kid. They were also looking for the One-Tooth Clan. I guess they came here for us. They didn't expect that we would be faster than them. Moreover, we are now Lin Ling's people. We have the most authority in the town. The people around Master Lu Wen were very excited. Master Lu Wen also excitedly smiled. He knew that there would be a good show to watch. Chapter 52-22. It was the perfect supreme being. That guy, we can't beat him outside, but in here? One of the gods laughed proudly, looking as if he was in control of the world. Here we are honored guests, we are kings. Master Lu Wen also nodded with a smile. Alright, let's meet our friends. On the other side, Lin Ling followed the bald old man toward the town. That's right, that's the place. The bald old man was obviously very excited. We're finally here. Old Lai's methods are really sharp. Brother Chen and the rest were also very happy. They had finally found their base. Lin Ling was a little cautious. He secretly investigated and found that other than the Celestials, there were other independent gods in the town. This made him feel relieved. Moreover, Those celestials were only from the Fang race. Lin Ling had not interacted much with the Fang race, but there was not much hatred between them. You are. At this time, the gods in the town came out to welcome them. A man politely cupped his hands. I'm Mr. Jean. You are? I'm Old Lai. The bald old man suddenly laughed. Don't you remember me? Do you still remember that Old Lai who was very envious of your long hair in the city of myriad gods? Old Lai? I remember now. Haha, you're finally here. Mr. Jean was stunned at first, but then he became very happy. It was obvious that he had a very good relationship with the bald old man. Brother Chun, look. The bald old man immediately looked at Brother Chun, and the rest with some pride, as if being treated so courteously had raised his face greatly. Brother Chun and the rest secretly gave him a thumbs up, full of admiration. Brother Chun even smiled at Lin Ling, seeing that the situation was better than expected. Lin Ling nodded slightly. Come. Mr. Jean led the crowd in, full of trust in Old Lai. Come, let me introduce you. This is the tiger mark ancient god Lai Wuxiang. Back in the city of myriad gods he saved me. Our friendship was forged through life and death battles. Mr. Jean introduced to the crowd. The gods in the town gathered and cupped their hands at Old Lai. After all, Mr. Jin's status here was very high. They naturally had to give him face. Senior Lai. Coupled with the fact that Old Lai was old, the respect of everyone present came from the bottom of their hearts. Hello everyone. Old Lai rubbed his bald head and chuckled. Old Lai, treat this place as your home. Don't worry. No one dares to bully you here. Everyone treats you like an elder brother. Mr. Jean looked at Old Lai and said, Senior Lai has traveled extensively and is very knowledgeable. If we don't treat him as our elder brother, then who is our elder brother? That's right. Anyway, I feel a sense of familiarity when I look at Senior Lai. Senior Lai, these are. Everyone laughed at Old Lai. Old Lai smiled faintly, and then introduced Brother Chun and the others. This made Brother Chun and the others feel flattered. Hey, those people. Brother Chun, look. Suddenly, a few people beside Brother Chun pointed into the distance. They saw a few familiar figures. Brother Chun didn't care at first, but when he looked over his eyes widened. Old Lai, look. Old Lai was still exchanging pleasantries with others. When Brother Chun pointed he also gasped. Good guys, it's actually them. Hee, these guys actually found this place too. Just nice, I'll settle the score here. Old Lai suddenly patted his chest and said. Meanwhile, Brother Chun and the others nodded excitedly. The people they saw were precisely Master Lu Wan and the others. Previously, these people had shamelessly sent Lin Ling to his death. Later, when the matter was exposed, they fled. This was truly shameless. Now that they saw them here, with Old Lai's connections, he would definitely teach them a lesson. Yo, Old Lai, you guys are here too. At this time, Master Lu Wan and the others walked over with smiles. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He discovered that Master Lu Wan and the others didn't seem surprised by Old Lai's appearance. It was as if they had been waiting here for a long time. However, Old Lai was very familiar with Mr. Jean. Master Lu Wan and the others were only ordinary gods. Why were they so confident? Master Lu Wan, how have you been? Old Lai sneered. I'm fine, everything is fine. Finding this place is like finding home. I heard that we are going to the dragon's tomb. Master Lu Wan said casually. Yeah, after finding the dragon's tomb, as long as we can display our strength, we will be able to get a good reward. Behind Master Lu Wan, several gods also spoke in a strange tone. Seeing this, Brother Chun and the others almost burst into laughter. This Master Lu Wan probably didn't know about the relationship between Old Lai and Mr. Jean. As long as Old Lai exposed Master Lu Wan and the others in front of Mr. Jean, they would definitely be chased away. Dragon's Tomb, you guys are thinking too highly of yourselves. Old Lai sneered again and said confidently, I can tell you guys that you won't be able to enter the dragon's tomb. With me, Lai Wuxiang, you guys won't be able to run amok. Oh, Old Lai, what do you mean by that? Master Lu Wan's expression changed. Could it be that you want to chase us away? Don't we are friends? You can't be so ruthless. Friends? Friends now. Old Lai sneered. Let me tell you, Mr. Jean from the tooth race is very familiar with me. Therefore, you guys have to leave. After saying this, he looked at Mr. Jean. Mr. Jean, this time, we should choose trustworthy people to go to the dragon's tomb, right? If they cause trouble midway, and even tyrannically snatch the spoils of war. Do you want people like them? Mr. Jean and the others frowned. They didn't understand the relationship between Lai Wuxiang and Master Lu Wen. However, Mr. Jean shook his head. People like them are too immoral. We wouldn't want them anywhere. That's good then. Mr. Jean, please chase them away. They are immoral and want to harm their companions. Even more tyrannically, they want to snatch the spoils of war. After getting Mr. Jin's approval, Old Lai smiled faintly. After saying this, he looked at Master Lu Wen and the others. He wanted to see them begging for mercy. Master Lu Wen is really unlucky. He just had to meet Old Lai again. What unlucky? Who would want to be in the same group as people like them? Brother Chen and the others spoke with cold words. They were extremely disdainful of Master Lu Wen and the others. Master Lu Wen, what else do you guys have to say? Old Lai looked at Master Lu Wen and the others aggressively. He was looking forward to seeing Master Lu Wen and the others beg for mercy. However, Master Lu Wen and the others smiled. Instead, they looked at Mr. Jean and said, Mr. Jean, some people just like to complain first. Lai Wuxiang and the others are such people. In my opinion, they should be chased away. Chased away. Old Lai and the others almost thought that they had heard wrongly. They looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh loudly. Chased away. This was the funniest joke they had ever heard. Didn't they see the relationship between Mr. Jean and Old Lai? Didn't they see how polite the gods were to Old Lai? Master Lu Wen and the others must have eaten a leopard's gall. Old Lai, since I reached the second half of the Dao Pagoda, this is the funniest joke I've heard. After Old Lai laughed, he looked at Mr. Jean and said, What kind of friendship do you have with me? How can you not know my character? You definitely won't believe their words, right? Chapter 52-23. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios this. Mr. Jean had a helpless look on his face. I really can't help. What? Old Lai and Brother Chen's eyes widened. They couldn't laugh anymore. Old Jean, what do you mean by this? Old Lai frowned. Mr. Jean sighed. At this moment, Master Lu Wen smiled faintly. Didn't you want to chase us away? Aren't you guys gloating? Look who's the one being chased away. How about it? It feels good to be slapped in the face, right? Old Lai and the rest noticed that Master Lu Wen and the rest were gloating. Old Lai stared at Mr. Jean and said, Old Jean, tell me what's going on. At this moment, Mr. Jean couldn't back down. After all, he trusted Old Lai and the rest more. However, Master Lu Wen and the rest had a powerful background. How could he offend them? Mr. Jean, if this alliance accepts just anyone and can't differentiate right from wrong, I'll withdraw from this trip. The Lord above me will definitely withdraw as well. At this moment, Master Lu Wen said indifferently. He was increasing the pressure. Mr. Jin's expression changed. If Master Lu Wen withdrew, wouldn't that mean that Lin Ling would withdraw as well? Old Lai, I'll apologize to you here. You guys should leave. Mr. Jean looked at Old Lai apologetically. This is my fault. In the future, I'll definitely pay you a visit to apologize. Old Jean. Old Lai's face turned red. This wasn't a matter of whether they should leave or not. It was a matter of face. Before this, they were highly respected. When they saw Master Lu Wen and the rest, they wanted to chase them away. But in the end, they shot themselves in the foot. How could they face others in the future? Yo, weren't you very proud of yourself before? You won't leave even if we chase you away. I like Old Lai's face from before. Now, I'm waiting for you to chase us away. Aren't you very awesome? Show me more. Seeing Old Lai's embarrassment, Master Lu Wen's men mocked him. Brother Chen and the rest were trembling in anger. They were so embarrassed that they wanted to find a hole to hide in. Only Lin Ling had an indifferent look on his face. However, he was curious as to how Grandmaster Lu Wen could make Mr. Jean listen to him. Alright, I'll go. At this time, the old rogue was too embarrassed to stay. But I want to ask why. Mr. Jean felt guilty at first, but he could only smile bitterly and say, "They have a big shot behind them. What great figure is so powerful that he can make your Tooth clan treat him with such respect?" This sigh behind them is Lin Ling. They are all Lin Ling's people. As for Lin Ling, I think you should have heard of him before. He is a new giant of the 6th floor, with countless capable people under him. Our Tooth clan has long wanted to form an alliance with him. Lin Ling? Hearing this, Old Lai's expression changed. He had naturally heard of Lin Ling's name before. It seemed that Mr. Jean was also helpless. Did you hear that? We're Lin Ling's people. We're big shots who dare to fight against the major god clans. You guys are nothing. At this moment, Master Lu Wen and the others spoke proudly. On the contrary, when Lin Ling heard this, he was incomparably surprised. When did he become so thick-skinned? Moreover, the Tooth clan wanted to form an alliance with him? He obviously didn't know about this at all. Our Tooth clan has actually been looking for Lin Ling. But although Lin Ling's group has a lot of people, it's hard to find them. Now that we've finally encountered them, if Master Lu Wen and the others leave, I won't be able to explain myself. Mr. Jean spoke of his difficulties. Old Lai could completely understand, and could only leave with his tail between his legs. However, Brother Chun and the others were still shocked. Wasn't Lin Ling the person beside them? They looked at Lin Ling, asking for Lin Ling's opinion. Lin Ling naturally shook his head. How could he have trash like Master Lu Wen as his subordinates? Moreover, if he did, he would definitely break their legs and expel them. Seeing Lin Ling shaking his head, Brother Chun and the others couldn't swallow this anger. They said coldly, "Mr. Jean, how can you be so sure that they're Lin Ling's people?" These words shocked everyone. The people on Master Lu Wen's side had a slight change in expression. However, Master Lu Wen remained calm and didn't panic at all. After all, although they weren't Lin Ling's people, who could prove that they weren't? "Brother Chen, what do you mean?" Mr. Jean asked with a frown. "They aren't Lin Ling's people at all. Even if there were 100 of them, they wouldn't be." Brother Chen said confidently. He then looked at Lin Ling and said, "Because he's the real Lin Ling." This time, everyone looked at Lin Ling, and their expressions changed drastically. Mr. Jean was the same. However, he had never seen Lin Ling, and didn't dare to be certain. "Haha, you're saying he's Lin Ling? Brother Chen, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak carelessly. Do you know what kind of person Lin Ling is? He's a big shot in charge of hundreds of thousands of powerful gods. He's a big shot who fought against 2 major clans, and still managed to escape unscathed. Him." Master Lu Wen laughed loudly. "Why would a big shot like Lin Ling walk together with trash like you? What kind of joke is this?" After hearing his words, everyone felt that this was indeed the case. Mr. Jean frowned as he looked at Lin Ling. He also felt that Master Lu Wen was right. "We were fortunate enough to participate in the Battle of the Violet Wind Cave. We followed Lord Lin Ling to kill the enemy. We killed until the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Lord Lin Ling is a mighty and awe-inspiring person, unlike him who is so wretched, so cowardly, and so weak." Grandmaster Lu Wen continued. He stared at Lin Ling with a look of disdain. "Great, of all people to impersonate, you just had to impersonate our Lord Lin Ling. How should you be punished? You can't even see your own face." Master Lu Wen's people also mocked and ridiculed Lin Ling. After hearing their words, the surrounding people also started pointing fingers at Lin Ling. After all, impersonating Lin Ling was too shameless. As they spoke, even Mr. Jean didn't believe in Lin Ling anymore. "Mr. Jean, impersonating Lin Ling isn't a small crime. It might affect the alliance between the Yifeng race and Lin Ling. Moreover, he's also slandering our Lord Chief. Therefore, these people should be executed on the spot." Master Lu Wen said coldly when he saw that the time was right. "That's right, execute these liars." "Liars!" Voices rang out as if Lin Ling was an unpardonable evil person. "No, he's the real Lin Ling. I dare to guarantee it with my life. He's Lin Ling." Brother Chen and the rest were anxious. They all believed in Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling was so strong and had saved them before. How could he lie to them? You said it with your eyes and nose. We almost believed you. A liar is a liar." Master Lu Wen snorted and interrupted Brother Chen and the rest. Lin Ling's eyes were cold. He didn't expect this group of people to be so shameless. What's going on? At this moment, a majestic voice came from outside the town. Then, a large number of experts from the Yifeng race walked over. One of them was the Palace Master of Daoist Shrine. Chapter 52-24. Palace Master Wu Dao Senior Heavenly Tooth. Mister's expression changed as he hurriedly went to greet them. It was very clear that these two people had a very high status in the Yifeng race. Senior Wu Dao was one of the people in charge of the 6th floor. Master Lu Wen. The gods behind Master Lu Wen were somewhat flustered. However, Master Lu Wen smiled confidently and said indifferently, "What are you afraid of? Even Palace Master Wu Dao has only seen Lin Ling once. How can he know our identity?" That's true. Some gods were immediately relieved as they looked at Old Lai proudly. Previously, I asked you to scram but you didn't. Now that the big shots of the Yifeng race are here, let's see what you can do. Old Lai's expression changed drastically. He could clearly sense that these people were very powerful. They were probably big shots of the Yifeng race. Now that they had deceived the Yifeng race, how could their end be good? Old Chen, we're in trouble. What should we do? Old Lai looked at Brother Chen anxiously. This time, even Mr. Jin couldn't protect them. Brother Chen's expression was also solemn. He didn't know what to do. He even suspected that the person beside him was the real Lin Ling. Palace Master Senior Wu Dao. At this moment, Mr. Jin bowed to the two leaders of the Yifeng race. I heard that Lin Ling's people are here, right? Palace Master Wu Dao waved his hand and smiled. He seemed to be somewhat excited. They're here, they're here, Mr. Jin said. Mr. nodded immediately. See, Palace Master Wu Dao and Senior Wu Dao were very happy as they chatted with each other. This Lin Ling's background isn't small. He has someone supporting him in the primal chaos realm. Now that he has gathered a large number of experts on the 6th floor, if he allies with us, it will definitely be beneficial for us. The higher-ups have already said that we must ally with Lin Ling. Palace Master Wu Dao. In our Yifeng race, only you know Lin Ling. This matter depends on you. I'll do my best. They walked into the town, but their conversation wasn't soft, causing the people in the town to suck in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect Lin Ling's face to be so big. No. Thus, they looked at Master Lu Wen and the others with even more reverence in their eyes. They were thinking how great it would be if they were also at Lin Ling's tomb. Today they would definitely be treated as honored guests. Great Master Lu Wen. Looking at Master Lu Wen and the others, they almost burst into laughter. After all, with the help of the Wenfeng clan, they could do whatever they wanted in this area. Master Lu Wen tidied up his clothes and walked towards Palace Master Wu Dao and the others. When he passed by Old Shaman, he snorted coldly, "You guys, good luck." The old swindler's entire body trembled. He clenched his teeth tightly, but couldn't say anything. On the other hand, Brother Chen and the others felt even more uneasy. Moreover, they were secretly blaming Lin Ling. If they had known that Lin Ling was a fake, they would have run away earlier. Under countless gazes, Palace Master Wu Dao and Palace Master Wu Dao walked towards Master Lu Wen. "I didn't think that you would really come. This is our Tooth Tribe's fortune." Palace Master Wu Dao glanced around and suddenly said excitedly. These words confirmed the identity of Grandmaster Lu Wen and the others. "Hee, I just happened to pass by here." Master Lu Wen was also laughing in his heart. He had already prepared how to greet them. While Palace Master Wu Dao and Palace Master Wu Dao walked forward and arrived in front of Master Lu Wen. However, they didn't even look at him and walked past him. Lu Wen asked. Master Lu Wen was stunned on the spot. The eyes of the surrounding gods opened wide. "Lin Ling, you are finally here. Do you still remember me?" Under everyone's gaze, Palace Master Wu Dao and Palace Master Wu Dao stopped in front of the white man. Palace Master Wu Dao bowed slightly. "After we parted that year, I didn't expect that we would meet again on the 6th floor." Everyone was stunned. Even Old Shaman and Brother Chen were stunned. Is this a dream? King Mister's eyes also narrowed. Is that white man really Lin Ling? Did you guys make a mistake? Is that trash also Lin Ling? Master Lu Wen suddenly roared. His face was distorted from anger. Previously, he had almost rushed up to the sky and enjoyed the adoration of everyone. However, in the blink of an eye, he fell from the sky to hell. King, not to mention greeting him, he didn't even look at him. Instead, he greeted that hateful white man. Is that guy Lin Ling? Master Lu Wen, you? Mr. shouted anxiously. Motherf ***, he is Lin Ling? I am the old ancestor of your tooth race. Master Lu Wen was so angry that he lost his mind. Are you guys blind? Are you guys stupid? I am the one who is under Lin Ling's tomb. Me, can you guys see clearly? That's right, he is one of Lin Ling's people. Back then, he fought with Lin Ling in the Purple Wind Cave and shocked the 6th floor. Master Lu Wen's friends also shouted, You are the one who is under Lin Ling's tomb? Palace Master Wu Dao looked over, and then looked at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was indifferent. Palace Master Wu Dao instantly understood that those people were fake. That's right, we are the real Lin Ling's tomb. He's a fake. Master Lu Wen puffed out his chest, and said with incomparable confidence, A fake? Palace Master Wu Dao immediately shook his head. He knew what Lin Ling looked like better than anyone else, but this person actually said that he was a fake. If you are under Lin Ling's tomb, you should immediately kneel down, he said indifferently. Why? Master Lu Wen frowned. It seems that you still don't understand who is Lin Ling. Palace Master Wu Dao sighed and shook his head. Use your dog eyes to see clearly. This Mr. Bai is the real Lin Ling. He is Lin Ling, and not under any of Lin Ling's tombs. Do you hear me clearly? Lin Ling. Master Lu Wen and the others gradually reacted and stared at Lin Ling. He thought of Lin Ling suddenly joining them, and also thought of Lin Ling snatching the treasures from them. But they never thought that this person was Lin Ling himself. They calmed down even more. Master Lu Wen, Palace Master Wu Dao. He is the only one in the Tooth clan who has seen Lin Ling. Mr. Jin said solemnly. Plop. Master Lu Wen and the others' legs went soft, and they all sat down on the ground. Now they finally knew how troublesome this matter was. They pretended to be under Lin Ling's tomb in front of Lin Ling. What kind of joke was this? The most important thing was that Palace Master Wu Dao, the only one in the Tooth clan who knew Lin Ling, had seen through it. Spare my life, spare my life. Master Lu Wen no longer had the confidence from before. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed crazily. Master Lu Wen, you actually dared to deceive me. Mr. Jin also knew that he had been fooled, while the gods in the small town also had ugly expressions. Previously, they were still respectful to these people, but these people had their eyes on the top of their heads and spoke to them in a lofty manner. Damn, they are actually fakes. The most ironic thing was that these fakes were actually so confident in front of the real thing. Who gave them the courage? Lin Ling, mercy. Mercy. Master Lu Wen and the others kowtowed to Lin Ling again. They knew that only Lin Ling could save them now. Lin Ling ignored them completely. He didn't have the time to care about such small characters. Chapter 52-25. Old lie. We have known each other for so many years and are good friends. You have to plead for me. Seeing that pleading with Lin Ling was useless, Master Lu Wen quickly kowtowed to Old Lai. Old Lai was furious. Now you know we are good friends. Why didn't you call us friends when you wanted to kill us? He was truly enraged. This Master Lu Wen was the one who suggested to kill them. His heart was truly black. Alright, let me settle this matter, Mr. Jin said to Lin Ling, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. Obviously, he was deceived and felt ashamed to face Palace Master Wu Dao and the others. Alright, Palace Master Wu Dao and Senior Toothless nodded. No wait, that Palace Master Wu Dao is also a fake. Mr. Jin, don't be fooled. What made people speechless was that Master Lu Wen still wanted to deceive them at this time. But who would care about him? After all, even if Palace Master Wu Dao was a fake, Mr. Jin couldn't do anything. After all, the real and fake Palace Master Wu Dao had a higher status than Mr. Jin. It wasn't Mr. Jin's turn to expose him. Moreover, this Palace Master Wu Dao was real. After all, the gods of the Tooth clan could sense each other's bloodline. Lin Ling, I've let you see a joke. Palace Master Wu Dao looked at Lin Ling and said, "It's fine. There will always be some people who want to be lucky." Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. "Come this way, please." Palace Master Wu Dao gestured to Lin Ling and led Lin Ling and the others into the depths of the town. In a large hall, all kinds of delicacies were served. Everyone was eating and drinking. In this hall, only those with real status could enter. However, Old Lai and Brother Chen had already entered the hall. Everyone was very polite to them. This made them feel like they were dreaming. Not long ago, they were almost beaten to death. In the blink of an eye, they were treated like distinguished guests. The difference was too big. After they finished eating, someone led them away. Only Lin Ling and the other two were left in the hall. "Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to come to the 6th level after we parted last time. I just came to the 6th level and immediately heard of your great name. TSK, you were also incomparably famous in the luck level back then." Palace Master Wu Dao smiled faintly and introduced the old man beside him. "This is Senior Wuya, one of the leaders of the Tooth Clan on this floor. Lin Ling, it's an honor to meet you." The elder who had been silent all this time bowed slightly to Lin Ling. Lin Ling was the same, but he could sense that the old man was extremely strong. Of course, when he thought of the old man's identity, Lin Ling was also secretly surprised. One of the leaders of the Fong clan on the 6th floor. This explained everything. After all, just how big was the 6th level? There were countless powerful beings in the One Fong race. To be able to become the leader, what kind of status did that represent? "Lin Ling, our Tooth Clan has always wanted to form an alliance with you." That old man had a head of white hair that fell to his shoulders, looking very languid and calm. "I have no objections to this move. The main thing is whether the One Fong race will take a fancy to us small fries." Lin Ling said with a smile. "Lin Ling, what are you saying?" Senior Wuya shook his head and smiled. "The Battle of the Purple Wind Cave made you all famous. Now you are one of the giants that can't be underestimated under the God race. To be able to form an alliance with you, this is our fortune." They already had a preliminary understanding of Lin Ling. They knew that under Lin Ling's command, there were many soldiers and generals, and he was powerful. Moreover, the Sun God race and Lin Ling were also very close. Lin Ling was even the Sun God race's benefactor. This meant that obtaining Lin Ling was equivalent to obtaining the help of the Sun God race and forming an alliance with each other. Moreover, Lin Ling even had the support of a powerful god from the Chaos Realm behind him. This matter was beneficial to the One Fong race. "Senior Wuya, these words are too exaggerated. We escaped from the hands of the two god races by a hair's breadth," Lin Ling said indifferently. "Moreover, we have many enemies. The Myriad Sea race, the Silver Moon God race, the Nine Conch race, the Rotten race, and the 3 great sects of White Mountain. Our One Fong race also knows about this matter, but we believe that as long as we form an alliance, we will definitely be as strong as a piece of iron," Senior Wuya said with a smile. When Lin Ling saw that Senior Wuya was not acting on impulse, he did not say anything else. After all, he also knew that it was difficult to fight against the several god races by himself. Now that they were still weak, they indeed needed some help. "This trip to Dragon's Tomb is the beginning of our cooperation. Come drink." When Senior Wuya saw that Lin Ling had agreed, he immediately smiled happily. He picked up his wine cup and clinked it with Lin Ling's in the air. "That's right. Dragon's Tomb is the beginning of our cooperation." Lin Ling drank the wine in one gulp and then asked about the Dragon's Tomb. In the end, he learned that the Dragon's Tomb was located in one of the Dragon Mountains. It was only discovered after tens of millions of years. Naturally, there were countless treasures inside. Ignoring everything else, just the Dragon Stone alone could greatly increase their respective forces. However, there were many people who knew the secret of the Dragon's Tomb, and there were even a few god races. Therefore, the One Fong race needed help. "Is there a Dragon's Tomb in every Dragon Mountain of the 18 Dragon Mountains?" Lin Ling asked. "Yes, but it is very difficult to find the entrance in the other Dragon Mountains. It can even be said that there is no entrance at all. This time, We were able to find the entrance purely because of the god race's intrusion. However, the mountain is no small matter. There are powerful dragon ancestor souls and ordinary gods. They can't enter at all. There is still about a month before the dragon's tomb opens. At that time, the 6th level will definitely be in an uproar. If we miss that time, the dragon's tomb entrance will disappear. If we want to find it again, it will probably depend on luck. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. After eating and drinking, Senior Wuxia suddenly smiled and said, Lin Ling, do you know how to play chess? How about a game? Play chess. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He felt that Senior Wuxia suddenly said this. It was probably not as simple as a game of chess. However, he still nodded and said, I know a little, but I'm definitely not Senior Wuxia's opponent. Ha ha ha, playing chess is not about winning or losing. What is pursued is the process. Palace Master Wudao, come, let's play together. Senior Wuxia laughed and waved his hand to release a chessboard. This chessboard was Go. Lin Ling still knew a little about Go. Back in the underworld, he was trapped by the suppression beast and was forced to study it for a long time. Of course, he felt that no matter how strong he was not Senior Wuxia's opponent. However, everything was the same as what Senior Wuxia said. It was just for fun. Winning or losing was not important. However, Palace Master Wudao's eyes flashed. He knew that this game of chess was probably not that simple. After the chessboard was placed, both of them moved. Lin Ling's chess style was bold and bold. How could he be Senior Wuxia's opponent? In one exchange, he lost the first game. And when the second game started, Lin Ling's chess style still did not change. Bold and bold, showing off his edge, he lost the second game again. Next, the third game, the fourth game, the fifth game. All the way until the 10th game, Lin Ling lost all of them. But what surprised people was that Lin Ling's chess style still did not change. He still moved forward bravely, showing off his edge. This surprised Palace Master Wudao a little. Chapter 52-26. Your Excellency Lin Ling, you've lost again. After an unknown period of time, Senior Toothless raised his head and looked at Lin Ling. I know. Lin Ling nodded, his eyes still looking at the chessboard. Senior Toothless was alarmed. Lin Ling was actually so focused. It was just a game of chess. As the saying goes, chess enters life. He just wanted to see Lin Ling's view of life. However, he did not expect that Lin Ling's life was mostly about showing off his abilities and moving forward bravely. It was like a game of chess. He would not turn back until he hit the wall. The two continued to play chess. Gradually, the 100th round arrived. In these 100 rounds, Lin Ling could be said to have lost every battle. Palace Master Wudao was shocked once again. He had lost every battle. Most importantly, Lin Ling had never changed his style of chess. He was still moving forward without fear of death. And this was a style that only attacked and did not defend. Generally speaking, an ordinary person's style of moving forward bravely would definitely try to advance step by step after losing more than a dozen rounds in a row. However, Lin Ling had not changed at all. Again, Lin Ling was still staring at the chessboard as he said indifferently. Senior Toothless laughed bitterly and shook his head. I didn't expect Your Excellency Lin Ling to place such importance on winning or losing. I admit defeat for this round. He was also afraid of Lin Ling, and even found it a little boring. After all, he had won every round and Lin Ling's style had not changed. Naturally, it was boring. Your Excellency Lin Ling, it's just a game of chess. There's no need to be so serious. Winning or losing is not important. What's important is the process. Senior Toothless explained, deeply afraid that Lin Ling would go berserk from playing chess. After all, there were such people in the world who viewed winning or losing as more important than their lives. They insisted on a winner. At this moment, Lin Ling looked up. His previous focused expression disappeared as he said with a faint smile, Senior Toothless, when did I place importance on winning or losing? At the end of the game, it was Senior Toothless' mental state that was affected first, and he left the game. Ah! Hearing this, Senior Toothless was stunned. Palace Master Wudao frowned. It was clearly Lin Ling who insisted on winning. He didn't give up even after losing 100 rounds. How did it become Senior Toothless who valued him? Lin Ling. Palace Master Wudao only wanted to say one thing. However, Senior Toothless interrupted him with a wry smile. Your Excellency Lin Ling is right. Ah! Palace Master Wudao was shocked. He couldn't understand what was going on. Because of Mr. Lin Ling's repeated defeats and his unchanging style of chess, I gradually grew impatient. Therefore, I placed too much importance on winning and losing. I was addicted to it. I was the one who quit and continued the game. Senior Toothless suddenly explained. Palace Master Wudao's expression changed. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed so. If Senior Toothless did not place too much importance on chess, why did he stop? Lin Ling didn't care at first. He was like a white cloud in the sky, allowing the wind to blow. If he lost, he lost. It wasn't a big deal. Therefore, he continued to play chess. Chess is like life. The one who was unknowingly changed was Senior Toothless. It could also be said that in the end, Senior Toothless finally lost a game. Your Excellency Lin Ling, I thought that with my age, it was enough to guide you. I didn't expect that your experience, your foundation, and your understanding of the universe's Tao are deeper than mine. Senior Toothless looked deeply at Lin Ling and said, Senior Toothless, you overestimate me. I really want to win. Lin Ling shook his head and said, Oh, since your Excellency Lin Ling wants to win, why hasn't your style changed? You have to know that with that showy and courageous style, there's no way you can win. My style has not changed because this is also my path in life, and it is also my style of doing things. A chess game is like a battlefield. Since I have chosen to fight, then I will definitely move forward bravely. Moreover, I believe that man can conquer nature. Even if he is bound to lose, there will be a day when he will, even if there is a chance that he will win. Hee. Your Excellency Lin Ling's way of thinking is indeed unique. However, it is really difficult to win with this method. Even if you are lucky enough to win, it will only be a small victory. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flickered and he smiled. In the end, didn't I win? Hearing this, Senior Toothless smiled bitterly. Yes, in the end, Lin Ling still won. Moreover, Lin Ling said again. He paused and suddenly looked into the distance. I only want to win by half a piece. Win by half a piece. Senior Toothless' heart exploded. Palace Master Wudao's expression also changed. Was this what Lin Ling was like? Did it also represent Lin Ling's comprehension of the universe's laws? Even if he lost 100 battles, it didn't matter. He would win one day, and he didn't need to win by too much. He only needed to win by half a piece. Snatch half a piece from the heavens. The two of them kept thinking about this sentence. Faintly, they suddenly had a deeper understanding of the universe's laws. Looking at Lin Ling again, after he finished speaking, his eyes closed slightly. Faintly, he had a deep feeling in his heart. Win by half a piece. These words were spoken from the bottom of his heart. He didn't pursue a great victory, nor did he pursue a thorough victory. He only strived to break out of the universe's laws by half a piece. For him, this was a victory. With his crazy drive, he bravely moved forward. He didn't look back until he hit the mountain. He won by half a piece. The universe's laws of the Tao Tower bind us. Any god wants their universe to be able to fully display its power in the Tao Tower. But it is blocked. Therefore, the gods can only obey and comprehend the universe's laws of the Tao Tower. But they have completely forgotten their own laws. Then, I, Lin Ling, want to break the laws of the Tao Tower. I can go along with it or go against it. I have always followed the laws. This time, I will go against it. Only by going against it can you win by half a piece. A voice rose in Lin Ling's heart. He sat down cross-legged, as if he had disappeared from the world. When Senior Toothless and Elder saw this, their eyes were filled with envy. They knew that Lin Ling had encountered a rare self-enlightenment. It had to be known that after reaching their realm, it was really difficult to enter the state of enlightenment. After all, they had already seen everything and knew everything. And when it came to enlightenment, it was the enlightenment of the Tao Tower. Don't disturb him. Senior Toothless and Elder Wudao left the hall. Palace Master Wudao pondered for a moment and said, Pass down the order. No one is allowed to approach this hall. Violators will be killed without mercy. Enlightenment was too precious, but it was also easy to interrupt. If you missed it, you would no longer have it. At this moment, in the hall, Lin Ling seemed to have disappeared from the world. However, where he was, a mysterious force appeared. This force was very small at first, but it gradually became huge. However, there was suddenly a grand force suppressing the surroundings. The birth of this force. Thump, thump, thump. This was Lin Ling's universe. Now he had brought the universe with him, a powerful universe that attacked the Dao Tower. This was because he had always obeyed the Dao Tower's universe, but had never gone against it. Now he was going to win by half a piece. Chapter 52:27. Clap, clap, heart clap, clap. What's going on? Where's Ling? In Lei Gong's palace, Ancestor Tai Yan and the others were shocked. Since the formation of the universe, there had been several turbulences, but none of them were as intense as this. It felt like someone was holding a huge axe and was going to split the sky and earth. Master! In every corner of the void, Lin Ling's disciples raised their heads. As Lin Ling's disciples, they had a premonition. Clap, 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 clap. Now their strength was heaven-defying. After all, as Lin Ling's disciples, their strength was naturally not weak. However, if they left Lin Ling's universe, their strength would be greatly reduced. The universe is shattering and turning dark. Clap, 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 clap. Inside, a figure walked down slowly. His hair was white, and his long blue robe fluttered slightly. He was the universe master Lin Ling. It's time to transform. Clap, 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 clap. Fellow Taoist, if you can't be reborn, then you'll perish. This universe will probably collapse and be completely destroyed. The avatar looked at Lin Ling and said, they controlled the laws of the entire universe, and were very familiar with the Lin Ling universe. Moreover, they also noticed that a large area of the void in the outermost region of the Lin Ling universe was collapsing. I am resisting the Tao Pagoda's cosmic laws. This is also the first time our Lin Ling universe has resisted since its birth. Get ready. If the universe can't hold on, then take everyone away. Lin Ling said. Ling said indifferently. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. We'll do it. The avatars nodded. Then one of them asked, fellow Taoist Lin Ling, in fact, if this universe continues for a long time, it will definitely become a four-realm universe. However, it seems to be very risky to choose to attack head-on. I know, but I have to break and rebuild. Lin Ling nodded. His eyes looked at the entire universe and landed on everyone in the universe. He waved his right hand gently, and a powerful force floated out and landed in everyone's heart. Then the panicked people gradually calmed down. They didn't know why they were so calm, but they knew that this universe was stabilizing them and protecting them. After all, this universe was their belief. Langer is back. Ancestor Yen and the others looked at the sky and felt something. Father is back. Lin Yi and his wife also stood there and looked at the sky. Is it Grandpa? Beside him was a woman. She was Lin Ling's granddaughter. Ah, and Yuer Xin Yuan Ge and the others were all there. Lin Ling told us to rest assured. After that, they all felt something in their hearts. Ah, unfortunately, the entire universe had become pitch black. It was getting darker and darker, as if destruction was coming. Everyone witnessed this scene, but they didn't panic at all. It's coming. At the highest peak of the universe, Lin Ling was still standing there, controlling Lin Ling's universe, and constantly colliding with the great universe of the Tao Pagoda. That feeling was like an egg hitting a rock. Every time they collided, Lin Ling's universe was close to collapse and then loosened. One time and time again, gradually, Lin Ling's universe began to shatter. The wind rushed in through the broken cracks, and the entire universe quietly turned into ruins. Then after that, lightning, flames, frost, and waves of power also poured in, destroying the entire universe. Fellow Taoist Lin Ling. When they saw this scene, all the clones looked anxious. It's not the final moment yet. Lin Ling's expression was still calm, but to the clones, The current Lin Ling was crazy, fearlessly fighting against the powerful universe. However, Lin Ling was the main body. No matter what Lin Ling chose to do, they would support him. The universe began to collapse on a large scale, turning into nothingness. A clone looked into the distance and said, "The outermost crack of the universe was getting bigger and bigger, and a powerful force poured in, destroying the entire Lin Ling's universe, causing the void to shake and turn into nothingness." The void of Jiuzhou was also constantly disappearing. Heaven, the earth cracked, the earth shook, and everything was turning into nothingness. Go! These clones didn't say much. They all disappeared on the spot, using the powerful power of law to take away the endless population of Jiuzhou's void. "All of you come and help." The voice of Lin Ling's disciples rose in their hearts, asking them to help, so they all attacked. 9. The void of Jiuzhou now had an endless population, which was also the void of Jiuzhou in the past. At this moment, they were all taken away by a powerful divine ability and left this universe. Is it going to perish? Is it a catastrophe from the heavens? Lord Lin Ling will definitely lead us out of this catastrophe. They were all praying, but they had no regrets. They all believed in their own legend, Lin Ling. This was also their belief. In the entire sky, only Lin Ling was still standing there. He frowned. Could it be that he was wrong? Win half of the heavens. Was he still not qualified? This is the only chance. If I don't win by half of the heavens, my universe will forever be under the Tao Pagoda's universe, bound by the heavens. Obey and become an immortal, defy and become immortal. This time, I must go against this great universe. Lin Ling took a deep breath, and his eyes were full of determination. Boom! Rumble! At this moment, Lin Ling's universe was being destroyed at a crazy speed. The sky was collapsing, and the scene was extremely spectacular. Annihilation. This was probably the case for the world. Or perhaps this scene of destruction was exactly the same as the destruction of the world's will in the past, but it was more magnificent and huge. At this moment in the end, the entire universe was shattered beyond recognition. Only Lin Ling was still standing. On the other side, everyone was shouting for Lin Ling to leave, and for Lin Ling to retreat. This was because Lin Ling was in the universe, and would perish along with the universe. Is this revolution really a failure? All the avatars had solemn expressions. As Lin Ling's avatars, they naturally knew why Lin Ling was doing this. 1. Cut. For the revolution. 1. Cut. For the first time against the Tao Pagoda's universe. Not for obedience. If one succeeded, then Lin Ling's universe would transform. Its potential would not be weaker than the Tao Pagoda's universe. It would be an ancient universe of the same level. At that time, with Lin Ling's universe as the center, countless small universes could be developed. Just like the powerful gods in the Tao Pagoda, most of them had their own universes. But these universes were just small universes under the Tao Pagoda and the Chaos Realm. Chapter 52-28. What Lin Ling wanted to do now was to make his universe comparable to the Tao Pagoda universe. Crack. Crack. Lin Ling's universe continued to collapse. The ancient Jiuzhou was like a piece of paper. The continents shattered and flowed into the void, gradually turning into powder. Qingzhou, Spirit Zhou, and everything else was disappearing. Lin Ling's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. Lord Lin Ling. Fellow Taoist. Linger. Voices filled with worry came at the same time. Lin Ling was slightly distracted. His eyes seemed to be able to see into the distance and see familiar faces. He sighed and then continued to look at Lin Ling's universe. Since he had chosen to let the Lin Ling's universe fight against the Tao Pagoda universe, he naturally wanted to advance and retreat with the Lin Ling's universe. In fact, the Lin Ling's universe was like Lin Ling's child. It was created by Lin Ling. Now Lin Ling had chosen a new path for it. Lin Ling was also responsible for the dangers of this path. Rumble. 9. The void of continents was getting smaller and smaller. The ancient continents and the sky full of vitality were disappearing. This Lin Ling's eyes were filled with reluctance, because that was the place where he grew up, and there were endless memories there. While the mountains, seas, and rivers of the Jiuzhou continent continued to disappear. The stars in the sky, the laws of life, old age, sickness, and death were also dissipating. One began to turn into nothingness. Lin Ling could only watch the universe continue to collapse and finally let the universe fight against the Tao Pagoda again. It was just like his style of chess and his obsession in playing chess. After an unknown amount of time, the collapsed Lin Ling's universe had lost its momentum. The sun, moon, and stars were also disappearing. First was the moon. It shattered like glass and thousands of stars fell. Next was the sun. Only in the far east, a ray of dawn illuminated the universe, penetrating the dust and sprinkling on Lin Ling's body. The sun was very warm, causing Lin Ling to be momentarily absent-minded. But yes, the sun also quickly collapsed and was swallowed by darkness. Black, the darkness was like ink, constantly drowning out everything. Lin Ling could only see endless darkness when he looked in that direction. The moment the dawn rises, it can pierce through the endless dust and darkness. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Suddenly, his eyes became brighter and brighter. Shulight. This was the fire of hope. I only need to beat the heavens by half a point. My universe cannot resist the Tao Pagoda, but dawn can. Dawn pierces through endless dust and darkness. Ling's mind seemed to explode. He seemed to have grasped something. All the experiences he had seen in his life flashed through his mind. These memories, his life, his battles, and everything else were like the dawn of hope. They accompanied the final impact of the Lin Ling universe, crashing into the laws of the Tao Pagoda universe. True, in fact, this was the last time. If he failed, everything would turn into nothingness. Lin Ling himself didn't know why he had been so crazy this time. He had let the Lin Ling cosmos and the Tao Pagoda cosmos confront each other for no reason. However, he knew that this was a revolution. If he missed this opportunity, the Lin Ling universe could only slowly grow. Boom! Rumble! At the most final impact, even Lin Ling's body shook. It was like an egg hitting a rock. Then the darkness of the universe gradually spread in the direction of Lin Ling. Everything around Ling was like fragments. It continued to collapse and crack. Gradually it reached Lin Ling's side. Lin Ling's legs also began to crack, collapse, and turn into dust. Finally, they turned into nothingness. While Lin Ling still had his eyes closed, motionless like a stone statue. Linger. After noticing this scene, Ancestor Taiyan, who was in the distant void, anxiously shouted. Everyone was like this. They could clearly see that in the distant Lin Ling universe, Lin Ling stood at the highest peak of the universe. However, at this moment, he was turning into nothingness. Everything was disappearing. This meant that Lin Ling would die with the Lin Ling universe. While the destruction gradually reached Lin Ling's upper body and continued to move forward at a crazy speed, gradually it reached Lin Ling's neck. No. After this moment, Lin Ling opened his eyes. Dawn. He muttered to himself. In his mind, the two universes collided. The Lin Ling universe was no match for them at all. However, a ray of light rushed into the Tao Pagoda universe. This is the dawn. This ray of light passed through endless dust and darkness, and finally rushed into the Tao Pagoda. Dong. However, it was just a ray of light, and it was only for a moment. It was like the moment when the sun rose. Then after that, everything disappeared in the next instant. Victory over the sky by half a step. Lin Ling's eyes became brighter and brighter. That ray of sunlight was the hope to defeat the sky and the Tao Pagoda universe. Return! Ling shouted. The shattered universe was constantly recovering. As a ray of sunlight shone past, not only were the lives of the world recovering, but they were even more vibrant than before. This was because, after the final collision, the ray of sunlight from the Lin Ling universe finally rushed into the Tao Pagoda universe. Even if it was just a ray of sunlight, it meant that Lin Ling had won. Recover. Lin Ling smiled. His broken body was also recovering. In the blink of an eye, everything was back to normal. Looking at the Lin Ling universe, it was being destroyed very quickly, but it was also recovering very quickly. Everything was back to normal. Lin Ling. My lord. Fellow Taoist. In the distant void, everyone saw this scene. They were so excited that tears flowed. Fellow Taoist, as expected of the great obsession, the doppelgangers all smiled and wiped the sweat off their foreheads. They didn't expect that Lin Ling would succeed in the end. Then they used the great law to bring everyone back to the Lin Ling universe. None after their lives returned. They looked at the familiar hometown and the familiar universe and cried. They were back again. Four Realms universe. As for the clones, they looked around and smiled. Only at the outermost periphery of the Lin Ling universe, there were only 4 ripples blooming. This was the symbol of the Four Realms universe. The laws are even bigger and more magnificent, and the number is beyond imagination. Those who are here will have their cultivation speed increased, and their body's limits will be doubled. Moreover, there is an unknown force hidden in the entire universe. Now, the Lin Ling universe is finally at the same level as the Tao Pagoda universe. Yes, it is just short of continuous growth. However, after this confrontation, the Lin Ling universe's growth speed will definitely be accelerated. The clones were comprehending the Lin Ling universe, and the more they smiled, the happier they were. While Lin Ling, as the person involved, was also comprehending the Lin Ling universe. When he sensed that the Lin Ling universe had become a Four Realms universe, Lin Ling smiled as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Birth fight to the death. The final result was also very rich. In the Four Realms universe, whether it was defense, attack, recovery, or the vitality in the universe, it was endless. There was no doubt that Lin Ling had borrowed even more power from him. Everyone, I'm back. Then, Lin Ling took a step forward and appeared in front of everyone. Lin Ling. Chapter 5229. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Great Flame. Old ancestors' eyes were moist, and Lin Yi and the rest were crying. Previously, they witnessed Lin Ling disappearing. At that time, they really thought that Lin Ling would die. Moreover, this kind of death might not necessarily bring him back to life. After all, he disappeared along with Lin Ling universe. Lin Ling and Yue and Xian Yuan Ge were very angry. Lin Ling actually played with his own life. I was wrong. I promise there won't be a next time. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. He also knew why everyone was angry. Alright, it's fine as long as it's a close call. Great Flame. Old ancestor said to everyone. In the end, they didn't blame Lin Ling anymore. Ling you have to promise us that you won't do this again. Great Flame. Old ancestor looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling hurriedly nodded. Even if there was a next time, he wouldn't dare to let everyone know. Look, the current Lin Ling universe is completely different. Lin Ling hurriedly changed the topic. Everyone looked at the vast sky. Although there didn't seem to be much change on the surface, they had a feeling that this place had changed. As for where the change was, in fact, they didn't know. It was just a feeling. In fact, they didn't know that the biggest change was that in this universe, everyone's lifespan had been extended. Only all the avatars of Lin Ling knew how big the change was in Lin Ling universe. It's rare for me to come back. During this time, I'll accompany everyone. Lin Ling still felt guilty, so he smiled and said, Great Flame. Old ancestor, and the rest spared Lin Ling. In the next few days, Lin Ling didn't go anywhere. He accompanied his family and friends, and at the same time he taught his disciples. At the same time, he found that his disciples' strength had greatly increased. Now the strongest was already a middle-stage Saint Universe giant god. Of course, although they were strong, it was only in Lin Ling universe. After leaving, their strength would be greatly reduced. However, compared to when he was in the Five-Realm universe, the weakening was much smaller. If it reached the level of a world, it was estimated that everyone would be able to rush into the Tao Pagoda with their peak strength. This was also one of Lin Ling's secret trump cards. The power of faith has actually improved. At the same time, Lin Ling realized that his will of the world had broken through to the immemorial level and was just a hair away. This was an unexpected gain. Perhaps it was because Lin Ling's universe was almost destroyed this time, which caused everyone to be more united. Several days later, Lin Ling finally left the Lin Ling universe. At the same time, He instructed his avatars to stabilize the laws of the Lin Ling universe. Now Lin Ling universe had become a four-realm universe, which had greatly improved Lin Ling's strength. As a universe master, Lin Ling could change time. Therefore, even though he had stayed in the Lin Ling universe for a few days, the Tao Pagoda had not changed at all. When he returned, although the time in the Tao Pagoda was still flowing, it was obvious that not much time had passed. However, the gods in the town had all disappeared, and there was no one left. Lin Ling opened his eyes, and his soul power sensed the changes in his surroundings. He was extremely shocked. Lin Ling, if you have finished comprehending, then follow the direction of this token. Sorry, because the dragon tomb has opened, we have to hurry. A voice immediately came from the side. It came from a token left behind by Senior Toothless. I see. Lin Ling nodded, took out the token, and then followed the direction of the token to find the One-Tooth clan. Along the way, he did not encounter any gods, but after 2 hours, the number of gods around began to increase. Moreover, they were all gathering in a certain direction. The One-Tooth clan is gathering helpers. Time is tight, we can't miss it. I've long heard that the One-Tooth clan is gathering helpers, but I didn't expect that they would relax the conditions this time. Gods of unknown origins can also join. You guys are too naive. Really, the trusted gods are all following the One-Tooth clan. We are foreign gods. To put it nicely, we are just here to make up the numbers. To put it bluntly, we are cannon fodder. Even if we are cannon fodder, why don't you go? Why not? The opportunity is right in front of us. How can we not go? Besides, we may not be cannon fodder. The voices made Lin Ling's eyes flash. It seemed that the dragon tomb had opened in a hurry, causing the One-Tooth clan to leave in a hurry. They did not have enough people, so they were calling for all the gods to join. Follow them, and we should be able to find the One-Tooth clan. Lin Ling originally wanted to follow the token, but since it was the gods called for by the One-Tooth clan, there was nothing wrong with following them. Perhaps it would save more time. After all, he had already seen a group of gods preparing to set off. Wait, I know someone from the One-Tooth clan. I want to join. Lin Ling hurriedly rushed over. The group of gods stopped in their tracks and looked at Lin Ling strangely. They realized that Lin Ling was only a Saint Giant Universe god. How could someone with such power be qualified to know someone from the One-Tooth clan? You really know someone from the One-Tooth clan? Don't lie to us. Let me tell you. Our leader knows someone from the One-Tooth clan. It won't be good if you are exposed. A god said to Lin Ling obviously. He looked down on Lin Ling. I really do know someone from the One-Tooth clan. Lin Ling naturally would not stoop to his level. Forget it. Let's go together. You have to pay us 100 spirit pearls. Another tall and slender god who didn't look very old said. Lin Ling frowned and asked, aren't you helping the One-Tooth clan? Why do you have to pay spirit pearls? This is the rule. The god said, somewhat displeased. Otherwise, why should we bring you to the One-Tooth clan? The One-Tooth clan should not know about this, right? Lin Ling asked again. This time the god's expressions turned ugly. The One-Tooth clan naturally did not know about this, and they would not allow them to do so. This would ruin the reputation of the One-Tooth clan. What's going on? At this time, an old man riding a spotted deer slowly walked over. The old man had white hair and a youthful complexion. His eyebrows especially reached his chest, giving him the feeling of an immortal. Elder Mu. Seeing the old man, everyone saluted him. The god in the lead pointed at Lin Ling and said, Elder Mu, this person is not willing to pay spirit pearls. Humph. Elder Mu knows someone from the One-Tooth clan. His words have the most weight. Elder Mu frowned and looked at Lin Ling. Do you know the rules? Yes. Lin Ling suddenly smiled. 100 spirit pearls, actually it's not impossible. But it's not easy for me to get my spirit pearls. I can't just hand them over for nothing. Don't worry. After you hand over the spirit pearls, we can bring you to the dragon's tomb and protect you. The god in the lead said with a smile when he saw that Lin Ling had softened. Really? Lin Ling was obviously delighted. This trip to the dragon's tomb will be very dangerous. Will you protect me? Will you help me no matter what happens? Of course. The gods nodded. Otherwise, why do you think we formed a team? Hearing this, Lin Ling immediately handed over 100 spirit pearls. The god in the lead was very happy and wanted to say something. However, Lin Ling suddenly attacked. A slap landed on the old man riding the sick deer and directly flipped him over. Chapter 5230. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Bang. Bang. The old man fell from the sick deer and rolled more than 10 meters away like a rubber ball, attracting the attention of countless people. The leading god and the rest were dumbfounded. Mr. Mu was their leader. Although he was not the strongest, he was influential. Because of this, they dared to speak on behalf of the Yifang clan. Mr. Mu had a close relationship with the Yifang clan. This newcomer, who came from nowhere, dared to beat Mr. Mu up. You dared to hit me? How dare you? It didn't take long for Elder Mu to get up and roar as he charged at Lin Ling. Your Excellency, this old man wants to touch me. Take my spiritual pearl and protect me immediately. Lin Ling was not afraid at all. Instead, he looked at the leading god and said. The leader of the gods was stunned. So was Elder Mu. The people who were waiting to see a good show were all stunned. Although they said they were going to protect Lin Ling, they were going to protect him if he encountered trouble on the way to the dragon's tomb. It did not mean that they were going to protect Lin Ling, even when facing Elder Mu. Do you know what you are doing? The leading god roared angrily. You should protect me after taking my money. Otherwise, if the Yifang clan finds out, they will definitely blame you for ruining their reputation. Lin Ling said indifferently. Protect. Protect your ass. If I don't kill you today, I'm not Elder Mu. Elder Mu shouted hysterically. A few of his teeth were knocked out. He had lost all his face. Did you see that? Protect me immediately. Lin Ling acted as if he did not see Elder Mu. He said slowly. If you don't protect me after taking my money, you can imagine the consequences if I report it to the Yifang clan. How dare you talk so much? This time, the leading god could not hold it in anymore. The god behind him was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He wanted to attack Lin Ling and beat this blind fellow to death. What are you doing? At this moment, a majestic voice was heard. The crowd parted, and a few figures walked over. Most of them were women, but they were not weak. Moreover, they looked no different from ordinary people, but they had a unique aura. This aura was unique to the Fang clan. People from the One Fang clan. Everyone was shocked. Brat, you're dead. The leader of the group of gods sneered. Since Elder Mu knew the people of the One Fang clan, the One Fang clan would definitely give Elder Mu face. Lin Ling replied with a smile, looking indifferent. Seniors, this person is causing trouble. Elder Mu spoke as he gazed at the women that were walking over. Of course, his eyes flickered slightly, because these women were all very beautiful, especially the woman in the lead. She had long emerald green hair and looked like a fairy. What happened? However, the woman's expression was very dignified. She was born into one of the 12 divine tribes and was in existence like an emperor. She had the right to be proud. It's like this. This person doesn't like being managed by the Yifang clan and is causing trouble. Look, I've been beaten to a pulp by him. Elder Mu said hurriedly. Then he pointed at his cheek that had been slapped and said, Look, he hit me. Seniors, if you let him be arrogant, what dignity does the One Fang clan have left? Hearing that, the women frowned and looked at Lin Ling. However, when they saw Lin Ling's characteristic white hair, their eyes flickered at the same time. What do you have to say? Surprisingly, the woman in the lead did not get angry. Instead, she asked. Of course, she knew Lin Ling. Even the few of them knew Lin Ling. After all, they were here for Lin Ling. However, they did not expect Lin Ling to not be in the town but here. They wanted to collect protection fees. 100 dragon stones, so I had to pay them. However, they said they would protect me. After I beat up the old man, they did not protect me. Lin Ling said bluntly. Mu Lin's eyes widened. The leader of the gods also opened his mouth wide. Don't listen to his nonsense. It's not like that. Elder Mu hurriedly waved his hand. He stared fiercely at Lin Ling. He did not expect this brat to ruin things. However, he smiled confidently and said, "Your Excellency, I'm Elder Mu from Deer Bamboo. Your Mr. Jean is very familiar with me. You should have heard of my name." "Elder Mu? I've heard of you." The woman nodded. Elder Mu and the others were delighted. Since they knew each other, it would be easier to talk to them. Then, they looked at Lin Ling provocatively as if to say, "You're too inexperienced." "But he's Lin Ling." However, the woman said again, "What kind of trash is Lin Ling?" The leader of the gods said subconsciously, "It was just Lin Ling. What was the big deal?" That was what Elder Mu thought at first. However, he reacted quickly and glared at Lin Ling. "Lin Ling? Lin Ling? That's right. He's my father's friend, Lin Ling." The woman nodded. Plop. Elder Mu sat on the ground in fright. He naturally knew what Lin Ling represented. Not only was he Elder Wuya's friend, but he was also an influential figure on the 6th level. How could he collect protection fees from such an important figure? He had countless experts under him. Did he need his protection? Mu Elder Mu, who's Lin Ling? When the gods saw Elder Mu's expression, they instantly felt that something was wrong. The small town. The One-Tooth tribe is waiting for a guest in the small town. Elder Mu sat on the ground and said with a bitter smile, "Plop." The gods also sat on the ground, and their expressions changed drastically. They had also heard of Lin Ling's name. It was said that the One-Tooth tribe had spent a lot of effort to wait for Lin Ling. Lin Ling was also an important guest of the One-Tooth tribe. Now they were collecting protection fees from an important guest of the One-Tooth tribe? They must be tired of living. What else do you have to say? At this moment, the woman looked at Elder Mu and the others with a smile. As for Elder Mu and the others, they were all crying and speechless. How about this? I'll represent the One-Tooth tribe to tell you that from now on, you and the One-Tooth tribe are no longer friends. The One-Tooth tribe will no longer protect you, the woman said. Elder Mu trembled when he heard that. It was not easy for him to get on the One-Tooth tribe's boat. With the protection of the One-Tooth tribe, ordinary people would not dare to bully him. They were all extremely respectful to him. But now he had been chased off the boat. Also, you used the One-Tooth tribe's reputation to collect protection fees. I won't haggle over what you collected previously. Now, each of you will pay 1,000 dragon stones as compensation to Lin Ling. The woman said again, "Do you admit defeat?" Yes. Elder Mu and the others did not dare to offend the One-Tooth tribe. They all took out money. "Thank you. I didn't expect to get so much back after paying 100 dragon stones." Lin Ling smiled. The faces of Elder Mu and the others darkened. After this incident, not only did they have to pay, but it would also be difficult for them to cheat others. If they had known that it was Lin Ling, they would not have collected protection fees. Instead, they would have served Lin Ling like a master and sent him to the One-Tooth tribe. Then, Elder Mu and the others ran away and did not dare to stay any longer. Lin Ling looked at the few women with a smile. "Do you know me?" "Of course." The leader of the women nodded. "I'm Wu Yin, Wu Ya's daughter." "I'm Wu Xiao, Wu Dan." The other women nodded. Chapter 5231. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Lin Ling swept his gaze across, and discovered that these girls all had the strength of early-stage universe giant gods. As for the leading girl, she was the daughter of Senior Toothless. Her seniority was very high. "I've heard of you from my father, Lin Ling, a famous character from the battle in Purple Wind Cave, one of the giants of the 6th level." Wu Yin'er laughed. "I've heard so much about you. Different from the rumors?" Lin Ling sensed the meaning behind Wu Yin'er's words. "Let's talk as we walk. Time is of the essence." Wu Yin'er did not explain anything. She was indeed the daughter of Senior Toothless. Her way of doing things was swift and decisive. "He is indeed different from the rumors. I thought that this new giant Lin Ling would be very strong. In the end, he was bullied by a group of ordinary gods. If not for us coming, the show wouldn't be so simple." Wu Xiao suddenly laughed from the side. His words were filled with disdain. "That's why. Hearing about him is not as good as meeting him in person. And he has a head of white hair. Although his looks are not bad, he can't be considered handsome. He can only be described as ordinary. Describing him as a passerby is more like it. The other women were also chattering. They came from the One-Tooth clan and had a higher status than ordinary people. In addition, they were strong and had high standards. Hearing their words, Lin Ling was startled. He could not help but look at Wu Yin'er, only to discover that she was smiling. She did not refute the words of these girls. This made Lin Ling laugh bitterly inwardly. Why did it feel like they were looking for a boyfriend? Furthermore, Lin Ling was merely toying with Elder Mu and the rest. If he were to attack, he was confident that he would not even need an incense's time to kill all of them. Of course, Lin Ling was too lazy to explain anything. There was no point in explaining to a group of young girls. You guys don't be so calculative. Lin Ling has just arrived at the 6th level not long ago. To have such achievements is already not bad. At least when you guys first arrived, you were like ants on the side of the road. Not many people knew you guys. Wu Yin'er suddenly said after walking for a while. The girls all stuck out their tongues. They did not object to this point. After all, it was rare for a newcomer to shake the 6th level. Of course, that was all. Lin Ling, I know that my father values your strength, so we will protect you until you reach my father. Wu Yin'er said again. Thank you. Lin Ling nodded. He could see that Wu Yin'er was the leader of this group of people. He estimated that Wu Yin'er's strength could battle a middle-stage deity cosmos giant god. Of course, to Lin Ling, this bit of strength was still not enough. After all, after the birth of Lin Ling's four-realm universe, it was at the same level as the Tao Pagoda. Its defensive power had been greatly enhanced. Because we have to be wary of other Protoss along the way, we have to speed up and take the smaller paths. After all, the closer we get to the dragon's tomb, the more Protoss there will be. First, let's go find Brother Wufeng and the others. They just came back from the south and are very strong. With them joining, the One Fong clan's strength will increase. Wu Yin'er said as she walked. Lin Ling did not object, and followed Wu Yin'er. After a long time, they stopped at the entrance of a cave. Yin'er, you are here. A large number of Protoss from the One Fong clan were gathered in this cave. They were all incomparably strong, and looking carefully, they were mostly young. But their strength was at the middle stage deity cosmos giant god realm. Brother Wufeng, Brother Wujuan. Seeing these youths walking out of the cave, Wu Yin'er and the others were very happy. Their attitude towards Lin Ling was completely different. Haha. It's been so many years since we last met. A refined-looking man said with a smile. He was Brother Windless. And beside him was Brother Wujuan. Both of them were the rising stars under Senior Wufeng, and were highly valued. Has Senior Wufeng gone? Brother Wufeng asked. He went long ago. It seems that we are late. Why did you take so long to find us? AI. Because of my father's instructions, I could only find Lin Ling first. That's why we are late. Lin Ling? I've heard of him. Have you found him? They chatted excitedly. They were all from the same clan, and had watched each other grow up. Hence, their relationship was extremely good. And after hearing Wu Yin'er's words, everyone looked at Lin Ling. Oh my god. Don't tell me that he is the Lin Ling who made the 6th level tremble, and won the battle in the Purple Wind Cave. Wufeng and the others looked at Lin Ling with their mouths wide open. They thought that a powerhouse who could make Brother Wufeng value him should be powerful and extremely dignified. But now, it seemed that he was very young and was about the same age as them. As for his strength, it seemed that he was much weaker than them. He was only a saint. Wufeng, is he a fake? Wujuan had a face of disbelief. Lin Ling's name resounded like thunder in his ears. In the end, it was this ordinary trash in front of him. What nonsense are you talking about? How could Brother Wufeng make a mistake? Wufeng shook his head. That's right. Big Brother Toothless definitely wouldn't recognize the wrong person. And Yin'er is searching according to Big Brother Toothless instructions, so there shouldn't be a mistake. It's probably the real Lin Ling, just different from what we imagined. Wujuan nodded. I heard that there are countless experts under Lin Ling. There are even a few ancient emperors and many world will hosts. This Lin Ling is also a world will host. Although he is very famous, his strength is ordinary. He probably hasn't matured yet. He is a leader without maturing. You must be kidding me. The others were talking, their voices undisguised. But Wu Yan'er and the others were not surprised. After all, when they first met Lin Ling, they had the same thought. It could only be said that their father valued Lin Ling so much because of his strength. I'm Wufeng. Lin Ling, I've heard a lot about you. At this time, Wufeng walked over and extended his hand to shake Lin Ling's hand. Lin Ling was a little surprised. There was such etiquette. This etiquette originated from Wuxia. The etiquette of the gods was mostly about clasping one's fist. Brother Wufeng. Wu Yan'er and the others' eyes flashed. They knew what Wufeng was going to do. After all, such things were not rare to them. They did not know where Wufeng learned to use such a handshake to test the other party's strength. If one's strength was not up to par, they would definitely be shaken by Wufeng's strength. Wu Juan and the others also reacted and sneered secretly. Lin Ling, an ordinary person, was now higher in seniority than them. No one would be convinced. But they did not dare to go against Senior Wufeng's wishes. So they still had to give him face. Of course, that was all. Using a handshake to intimidate Lin Ling was not bad. At least it would make Lin Ling less arrogant in front of them. Handshake. Lin Ling recovered from his astonishment and glanced at Windlass. Seeing his somewhat strange smile, he suddenly somewhat understood. It seemed that Wufeng was trying to intimidate him. It was just that he did not provoke them. What kind of trick were they playing? Lin Ling secretly shook his head. Since the other party wanted to teach him a lesson, then let's see if they have the strength. Lin Ling extended his hand and held Wufeng's hand. At this moment, many people secretly laughed, looking forward to seeing Lin Ling's painful expression. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.